Okay, so we are now live on both Twitter and we are live on YouTube as well. Give me 1 second to get my headphones all situated here, and we will get started here shortly. Just 1 second, guys. Let's see here. Okay, guys, welcome to the space. We'll give a couple of seconds here for others to hop into the space as it fills up. If you guys could please share this space out so others can be aware that this space is now starting, so we can get more people hopping in and joining us in this space. If you're on YouTube, feel free to share the YouTube link as well if you want to participate there as well. So you're welcome on YouTube. You're welcome here on Twitter. The structure of this, we wanted to go ahead and address some information. And then once that information has been fully addressed, we will open it up for a live AMA. Anyone who would like to speak will be welcome up to ask any questions that they have on topic today. Of course, that will be towards the end. So please leave your request till the end. And then we will go ahead and address all those questions. So I know some of you may have some questions already ready, and some may have some questions based upon what we talk about today in the space. So just give me a few minutes here to get everyone in. Feel free to share the space out. We can get as many people participating in this space as possible so everyone can hear about what we're going to be talking about today, which is DRIP and what has happened recently with the FUD that's been going out. We wanted to address this head on because of the debate that was canceled for next week. So just give me 1 moment to pull up my notes here. And if you guys can share this space out, get as many people in here as possible, that would be great. So just give me 1 moment here. While I'm doing that, Atlas, how you doing today?
I am doing good, very good. Just got off a business call, and of course, I gotta come hop on in here and support my boy. What's up, man?
Thank you for coming in, man. I appreciate it. I'm just getting my notes pulled out here so I can go over everything with everybody. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to get the stuff prepared right before. I was actually on a phone call with somebody talking about related subjects that we're going to be talking about today. So if you give me 1 second to pull this up, I know I'm a little bit behind here tonight, but we will get right to the topic here very shortly. For those that don't know, this space is being recorded here on Twitter. It is also being recorded on my YouTube channel. So if you guys want to listen in afterwards, or you end up coming in late, or you have a friend who missed it for any reason and wanted to get a copy of this, it will be on Twitter. And then, of course, after the 30 days when Twitter deletes it, it will be available, of course, on my YouTube channel there as well. So you guys are welcome to watch it on either platform and listen into the discussion today. Okay, so first and foremost, everything that is going to be said in this space tonight is not financial advice. Because of the nature of the things that we will be talking about tonight, it is also not legal advice. I would encourage all of you that are listening in today to please do your own due diligence, do your own research, and investigate the topics that we will be covering today on your own time. And do not take for granted anything that a content creator, influencer, Twitter host, or anyone else says online. It is extremely important that when we're dealing with our finances that we do our own research and move forward that way before we make any financial decisions. So I appreciate every single one of you for hopping in this space today. To kind of talk about some things that are going on as far as why we're having this space. So for many of you guys know, Chris Harris and I were supposed to be having a debate on DRIP. How that came about was I was approached by the moderator, who was Schmoke, who asked me if I would be willing to come on board and have a conversation with Chris to kind of clear things up, to kind of clear up the FUD, to kind of get this away from drama and just get to the facts of the situation. So the entire purpose of that debate wasn't to be about a he said, she said, or he did, she did. It was supposed to be about addressing the actual tokenomics features of the project, addressing a lot of these issues that Chris himself had with the project. And then once he had those issues, and then I would give me an opportunity to address those issues, and then people could come up with their own conclusions about the project and what they feel about it. A few days later, after that was set into place, after Chris agreed to the terms and had agreed to do the debate, and I had agreed to the debate, Chris Harris had decided to not do the debate any further. I have noticed that online he has mentioned that that was not the case. I do have receipts to prove otherwise, although, I mean, if it gets down to that point, I guess it does, but I don't want it to get to a point where we have to be doing a he said, she said on that as well. But let's go ahead and address a lot of these concerns that he has. So let me invite some other people up here to speak, and we'll get started. So the first thing that I wanted to address that Chris Harris has talked about quite a lot, that's been talked about on After Dark quite a lot, and has been talked specifically about Drip a lot, is this idea that we conspired in August to talk about the Drip project. I think that's one of the things that he has touched on quite extensively on After Dark, and is one of the things that a lot of people have asked us about on whether or not there was any truth or validity to those claims. So when it comes to what happened in August, nothing happened in August. That's the honest truth. I had no idea where Chris Harris got this idea that we had conspired in August. I'm like completely lost as to where he got this idea. I would love for him to share any screenshots or any evidence that he has of anything like this transpiring. To give you an idea, Darkman and Tim didn't even have a channel till November. So I don't know how we would have all been conspiring if we didn't even know who Tim was until several months later. Not to mention the fact that the Drip project started in April of last year, 2021. I'm not sure why the specific month of August. And kind of in my headspace, Drip pays you 1% daily returns if you're in the Drip Faucet smart contract, which is the main talking point when Chris is talking about his issues with the Drip network. If I could earn 1% daily interest every single day since August, why would I have waited till January to get involved in that project if I knew about it and had been talking about it since August? To me, that kind of doesn't make a lot of sense that way, because I could have been compounding and earning 1% interest for 5 months before I actually put my money into it. And for people wondering whether, is there truth to that or not, you guys literally have my wallet address. It's posted in this YouTube video description. It's also posted on my Twitter, I think several tweets ago. You can find it on my YouTube if you want to. Just plug in my wallet address into BSC scan, and you can see exactly the day that I purchased the Drip. Purchased into Drip and when I deposited it into the faucet. So you can see when that happened. So I'm not exactly sure why there's a conspiracy about us investing in August. I would love for him to provide any shred of evidence that is the case. And I find it difficult for us to really disprove something that never happened, right? So to give you guys an example of how silly this is, if someone was to come to me and say, hey, you know what, there's a Tyrannosaurus Rex that lives in the canyon behind my house. And I would say, well, that's kind of a crazy claim. Like, why do you believe that? And then the person goes to you and says, well, prove there's not a T-Rex in the canyon behind my house. That'd be impossible to do, right? Like, how are you going to prove there's not a T-Rex in your backyard, right? But it is easier to say, hey, there's a T-Rex here, and here's my proof. Here's a picture of it, or here's the fossil or whatever, right? So in a situation like that where he's making those claims about us in August, I would love for him to provide any level or shred of evidence of that being the case. And I don't even understand what the purpose or point would that have been. If we would have talked about it in August, what difference does that make whether we talked about it in August and then talked about it in January or any other month? So I'm not exactly sure what that exactly means or what exactly his point is on bringing up about us conspiring in August and talking about it. I do have up here with me Joe and Atlas. Before we move on to the next subject, I did want them to kind of tune in on this topic of us conspiring in August, their thoughts on it, anything that you guys want to bring up on that subject while we're addressing it.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and go first. So the price of Drip back in August was $31.73. It went down to a low at $6.65. It wasn't until December 11th, actually December 10th here, to really started to make a run. My first video on my channel that I talked about Drip, I believe was either January or February. It was not in December. And I only made a video about 2 days after from when I found out about this from RJ, which there's blockchain. It's a public ledger. The address that I have that's in all of my Drip videos, that's the same one that I use as my referral address. You can look all this up. Anyone can. Chris could have. In fact, there was somebody that was so against the idea of people that are supporting SafeMoon, supporting other projects, more specifically Drip, that they had showed screenshots, essentially trying to almost dox us, saying, hey, these are their wallets. Look at how their stuff is performing. And they categorized everything. It's like, okay, I mean, anyone can look it up. It's in my description. It's quite very, very pushed out there public. More so than I would say a lot of other projects where you don't necessarily want to tell people what your wallet address is because you're concerned about that sort of stuff. You can't hide it with this. To opt into that system, you have to use a referral address to activate the contract, right? So if I could have been back in August on this project, I would have loved it. And I would have been talking about it back then. It's absolutely bizarre that you would have this conceived idea that we wait this long when you can have all the information that's already available, that's been available, because that's how crypto works with the blockchain, and they don't actually reference it. So like you said, they can make any accusations that they want. An argument like that, it makes them look silly. It makes them look like they don't understand how the basics of crypto work, let alone any other arguments that they may have. I know we're going to be going through other things, but just starting with that point, come on.
Thank you for that, Atlas. Just to kind of add on to what Atlas was saying there, for people who don't know, who have not been as heavily invested in or have looked heavily into Drip, any rewards that are received through the buddy system, which is the referral system, which we'll get into later in the space today, those don't go towards your wallet that you can just cash out. They go directly into your faucet. So it makes no sense for us to make another account to add for referral bonuses. It would make more sense to always use your main account. So even if we had started wallets in August and there was alternate wallets that we were using, it would make no sense to start new wallets to get referrals from, because you would be able to compound so much more and earn so much more from just doing it from your original wallet that you had started as well. So the only wallet I've ever bought into Drip was in January, the wallet that's public for everybody to look at on the blockchain. It would make no sense to make a secondary wallet. So I've used the one and only wallet for Drip, and I have no problem saying otherwise on that point. So I wanted to get over to Joe on his opinion about this thing, about, well, rather his feelings on this and his experience with these claims of us conspiring in August. Joe.
Thank you. Yeah, no, how's it going? Yeah, let me start off by saying you got to find the people who are lying and find the ones who are telling the truth. I mean, it's that simple in this situation. Right at the gate, Chris said, so I'm a little winded. I had to go chase my dog. She got out my gate. Right at the gate, Chris said there was a conspiracy that this all started in August. I have screenshots of me talking to RJ for the first time on Twitter in November. And then in January, I believe, I'm not sure when, I think the late January, I have a screenshot of me asking him about Drip. I approached him about Drip, not the other way around, not some like he's pulling the strings. So this whole August lie is made up. We have all the proof. We have every bit of proof here. So what you need to understand is the fact that that's one lie. And tonight we're going to hear probably other ones, but that's one lie. And it's blunt. He says he has sources. Prove them. I'll show my screenshots of me talking to RJ for the first time in November. I'll show my screenshots of me asking RJ about Drip. I asked RJ already. He said it's fine. He said we're good to go. So I have nothing to hide. None of these guys on this panel have nothing to hide. But Chris will come on and say, I have sources, I have people, and we'll say, hey, we have evidence. There's two situations here. One party's lying, one party's not. That's my first point. My second point is we're disgusted by this whole situation. You know, we're content creators on YouTube and we like making YouTube videos. I love making YouTube videos. And every single day, my name getting dragged through the mud, Generation, Atlas, Moonboy, everybody having your name dragged through the mud. At what point do you go, okay, enough's enough? This guy's content is literally going on and fudding us. There was one point, there was Affinity devs about to talk about their coin, their token, and right before they get on for the past hour or two, he was just talking and dragging on through the mud. Once again, anyone, put yourself in our shoes. What would you do? Would you go, I'll take the high ground? Okay, for how long? If you didn't continually drag to the mud, people continually hitting you up going, what's this about? And you have to explain yourself over and over and over again. It's frustrating because we know he's lying. It's also frustrating the fact that this is the same guy who kicked Thomas out the room to his spaces, and later on invited Ginger, who openly fudded SafeMoon. But we're gonna forget about that. Like, once again, there's a tyranny Mose being here. He's not doing this to protect the everyday average holder. He's just not. He's making up lies. The August one is, I'm positive, blunt, easily. Look at our wallet addresses. Why we don't have any transactions in August? You know why? Because we didn't buy the damn thing in August. We would have loved to, as my buddy Crypto Atlas said, we would have loved to buy in August. That'd be great, but we didn't. They have our addresses. They went and doxed all our wallets. You know, once again, people that care about saving community, doxing members of saving community. Just throw it. I just want to throw it out there. This is the kind of things these people do in the name of I love and care about SafeMoon, so we're gonna dox fellow SafeMoon holders. I love and care about SafeMoon, so we have sources. That's all you need to believe. Just sources. That's it. See, this kid has more sources than CNN and Alex Jones combined. Hell, I would say he's the Alex Jones of crypto. He's out of his mind, and he's lying. And it's only hurting the SafeMoon holders. And we don't like doing this. We don't like being here. We'd rather look forward to tomorrow. We have a SafeMoon open space where we talk about SafeMoon and other cryptos, have a good time on Twitter. We love doing that. We don't want to be here, but we're here because we're disgusted behind this person who day in, day out, every chance he gets, every time he has opportunity to, is coming in and dragging our name through the muds and saying things like, oh, I'm going to be bigger than those guys. Bro, if you care about having an audience, where are you going to have an audience full of people that's going to hate on other people? What it's witch hunting with no evidence. You know, it's like how they used to do it back in the day. It was, hold this rock. If you drown, you're not a witch. If you float in the sky, we know you're a witch, and now we got to kill you. Like, it's goofy, but this is what this kid has been doing, and it's continuing to do every single day. And I could go on about how much this kid's a phony and liar, but go back to you, John.
Can I make a recommendation? Because this is going to be recorded and a resource for people that'll come back to find out information. Generation, I know that you're the one that's hosting this, but I'm sure I've got things that I would really like to say on my point of view on Chris and stuff. But I think that we need to focus on addressing all the elements of DRIP to show its legitimacy based on our observations and our own personal research. Nothing against you, Joe, but I think that since we're focusing on the main concept here, that might be the best way to move forward, right? Maybe towards the end, we can share our personal thoughts.
Yeah, we want to try to keep this on the topic of the project as much as possible. I did just want to get a couple of these kind of personal attacks out of the way first, just so we can get those addressed, and then we can move on and work on the actual elements of the project itself. I did want to just say, kind of piggybacking off of what Joe said earlier, none of us want to be involved in this drama. I mean, for the last 6-7 weeks while this has been going on, I personally have been almost silent on the subject. You know, I've created content on the projects that I like, including Drip. I've created content on SafeMoon. I haven't said anything publicly bad about anybody, even though I've had several direct messages and other tweets at me that were very belligerent and rude. And I've just decided to avoid them because I don't like the drama. I like Joe was saying, none of us want to be up here talking about drama. It doesn't look good for us. It doesn't look good for the space. People are sick of hearing about it. So this is going to be the one and only time that we'll be talking about this publicly and directly in this manner. The reason that this happened, for those that weren't here in the beginning, was because the debate was supposed to be happening to clear all this up, to everything out, so everyone could be a part of that. But Chris decided not to participate in that debate. So he may try to deny that, and if it comes down to the point where we have to show receipts or something crazy like that, I guess we'll have to do something crazy. But for now, that is what it is, and that's why we're going to be addressing these things specifically.
Everyone here, if you can, please, I know some latecomers came in. This is a very important space for us, and to convey this message, and like Generation is saying, it's trying to make this be the video, this be the recording. If you're listening, please take a moment, share this Twitter space, and use a hashtag of something that comes to mind, so we can get more people in, so that they can just get this information and we can finally move on in the right direction. Please.
Thank you for that, Atlas. Okay, so really quick, just to touch on the subject last bit here, we got Moonboy up. Did you want to touch on this really quick before we moved on?
Hey, yeah. What's up, guys? What's up, everybody? Thank you for having me, and I appreciate to have the little moment here to say a little bit of my piece as well. So, yeah, I mean, the whole idea of all of us orchestrating this all the way back in August, when I didn't even know half you guys. I knew about Joe, I knew about RJ, but I never at that point had a conversation with any YouTuber. In fact, I've always kind of been to myself. I always wanted to kind of do my own thing. I didn't really want to be involved with too many people. My first space ever was actually the SafeMoon After Dark when Papa jumped in. That was the whole Call John situation. But I've always tried to be to myself, but I got introduced to you guys, and we started the whole roundtable. It was a very incredible idea. So I'm very happy to got to know people. It's very cool that we've built a friendship out of this. But yeah, the whole situation, collectively we have what, 80, 85, 90,000 subscribers. So all of us orchestrating this lie back in August to all of our 90+ thousand subscribers, and we're going to somehow try to find a way to swindle them all so that we can profit. That would involve Tim lying, me lying, RJ lying, Adam lying, Atlas, all of us lying directly to our subscribers saying, yeah, we're going to get them, or whatever the situation is. I mean, we are not here to deceive people. We're not here to try to lie, to be vindictive. We're here for the same purpose everyone else is here. We're in crypto. We want to find a way to change our lives, and this is the space that we're in. The thing about us is that we do have a platform to discuss things that we enjoy. It's a little different when you want to be a content creator, someone who is an influencer, because you do have an outlet where you can share these things, unlike someone who is just going to buy drip. And that's it. You're not really going to make this massive post or anything about drip on Twitter, you're just going to buy it. Versus us, we're very passionate. We want to talk about what we love. But it is an incredibly stupid idea that we are even at this point to where we have to have these spaces to defend ourselves. Because at the end of the day, none of us is here trying to put a gun to anyone's head. No one is here forcing anyone to do anything. And drip is a very specific token to buy. You can buy it and hold it and that's it. But to enter the faucet, you have to willingly understand that you're going to lose that deposit. You get that 1% per day, but you have to find someone's buddy code. You have to go into the actual drip faucet. You have to click the amount of drip that you want to deposit. You have to click approve. There's a lot of steps involved. You're not just going to buy drip and contribute to the faucet. The fact that we're here trying to defend ourselves, that we orchestrated this to try to manipulate people for our benefit, is ridiculous. And even in that case, I mean, I haven't heard one person who has actually invested into drip with any negative opinion. Zero. Nobody has said drip sucks, this isn't good, X, Y, and Z. People are compounding. People are getting their 1%. And if you want to take the scale of when Saquon was at his all-time high, which right now is down maybe 89, 90%, put that all-time high with drip and give drip the same year that Saquon's been on the market. You would have been in more profit, compounding every single day, and your initial investment would have been a bit higher, although you can't cash out because it's in the faucet, you get the 1%. Your 1% would have been larger, although the token is down 90%. So that power of the 1% compounding is a nice hedge against natural price action, because you're not going to buy drip just simply buy, hold, and sell. You're going to buy drip, you're going to compound, and you're going to benefit from the 1%. You don't have to participate in the referral system. That is a bonus for people who want to participate in that, but you can do it solo. There's a lot of people who don't have any buddies, who have 6-figure deposits, who are making $1,000 a day because they've had time in the token compounding. So for me overall, I haven't given this much light. My Twitter feed, I think I maybe post one indirect tweet about this about 2 months ago, and that's about it. If you look at the tweets when it comes to who has given this token more coverage, Chris, Addict, those guys have posted way more content when it comes to actual drip exposure than all of us combined. I've dropped, I think, about 4 or 5 drip videos and maybe 1 or 2 indirect tweets. RJ, I think he's at about 4 videos. Atlas might be about 7 or 8. Adam's at about maybe 5 videos. Like, put all of our content exposure drip together next to Chris alone. He has talked about drip far more than any of us. So, just some ideas from my part, and just kind of where I'm at. But overall, yeah, if I can add anything to this to kind of dispel the FUD, I'm here to do so. And ultimately, people are grown adults, they're responsible, and we do our best as content creators to try to do the right thing when it comes to this is what it is, this is what it's like. No one's gonna none of us made videos trying to deceive people. We explained you have to buy a secondary token to get the referral benefits. This is what the breakdown is. This is the entire tax system. Nothing was hidden in nobody's videos. Everything was clear cut. So the fact that people are trying to create their own narratives to paint us in a light that doesn't seem positive and we're against the community, when we've been #1 supporters of SAFE, and we have channels mainly specifically all about this one particular token. And we're the ones that are now trying to go against the community because we have this investment over here. You know, it is all completely juvenile. So just my thoughts.
Thank you for that, Moon Boy. Just because we've talked about this quite a lot already, we want to kind of move on to these other points here. I'm going to make this next subject just really fast. If you guys could just give me your kind of yes/no answer, and maybe a sentence or two is it, and we can move on to the next part here. One of the things that was brought up is that we were paid to promote Drip, and that it was a attack specifically against or targeted towards the SafeMoon community. Obviously, I can't speak for everybody. But personally, on my channel, I have consistently talked about other projects on my channel. And it's not just 1 or 2 projects. I've talked about multiple projects on my channel. And my second largest, most viewed video on my channel has nothing to do with SafeMoon. It's about a project called Aquago. So yes, I do have a lot of exposure because of SafeMoon content, people wanting to watch that. There's a lot of power behind the SafeMoon army and the content that they absorb. And I appreciate every single subscriber on my channel. But no, it is not true that it's been the only thing I've ever talked about or the only reason I have subscribership. As when I started my channel, I didn't even do SafeMoon videos. I did several videos just on generic crypto stuff. SafeMoon videos kind of came later down the road, especially more consistently. So no, I was not paid to promote Drip. I was not paid in any way, and I would be 100% transparent if I did. I don't care at all telling people if I'm having paid promotions or not. I've got actually a 1 or 2 promotional videos that'll be coming out soon. I'll be very transparent about that, and if people care, I can even tell them how much I'm getting paid for it, because I completely do not care if people know if I'm getting paid sponsorship spots or not. And I'm an open book on that. I have no reason to lie or any reason why I would lie when it comes to things like paid promotion. So no, I was not paid to promote Drip. I did it on my own volition. I'll be honest though, had Forex Shark approached me and been like, hey, you've been doing, content on Drip, would you like to get paid for that? I would have loved that opportunity because I was going to do it anyways, right? And so I get offers 3 to 5 times a day, either via email or through my Twitter DMs, and anyone else who's a content creator can probably attest to this, of all these projects constantly bombarding me, wanting me to do content for them, wanting me to do coverage on their project. And 99% of them, I end up telling them no, because it's either it's an obvious rug pull, or it's just a token that I don't see myself working well with, or I just can't see myself getting behind and telling my audience about. So if I was doing this purely for just money and promotional content, I could have been doing just video after video after video for all these different rug pulls or these other smaller tokens, and been getting paycheck by paycheck by paycheck by promoting all that stuff to my audience. But I choose not to do that because, number one, I think in the long run, it's not going to help my channel, and it's not going to keep me an engaged audience. And then 2, I have integrity, and I don't want to promote projects that I don't truly believe in, or projects that I don't think are going to see some success to some degree, because I would hate to see, projects I talk about fail. I mean, that's the worst feeling as a content creator, knowing that you may have been the reason why people may have initially looked into something and potentially got into it, and then it not doing successfully. So I hate to see that. No, I was not paid to promote Drip in any way. And if I was, I'd be very open and honest about that. I don't see any issues with that. So we'll just go through really quickly. Were you paid to promote Drip? And if you were paid, if you were paid, would you be fine with being open about that? So let's go with Joe first, and we'll go down the line.
Yeah, no, I wasn't paid a penny. I was never approached. Actually, I approached Drip on their main Twitter page about getting involved in SafeMoon Swap. Never got a response back. If I was paid, I would definitely mention it. I mean, 100%. I have no qualms about mentioning being paid. Every crypto content creator mentions they get paid. It's crazy to say you wouldn't, because people could find your wallet address like they did. And if I was to get paid, you could be able to you would easily be able to find it on the wallet. Ideally, if there's a hidden wallet, sure, I guess so. But no, I was not paid. I never got approached, and if I was, I would 100% admit it.
Atlas?
No, I was not paid. I had an AMA with the creator of Drip, Forex Shark, which is still up on my channel. And I directly asked him to his face. I said, did you guys pay me in any way to do this or my other content? Because I wanted to make it perfectly clear, even from the mouth of the person on their team themselves. And he said, no, we did not pay you. I just like the project. I do have other projects that I do get sponsored on from time to time. That was actually one of the calls that I had before this video. I use #ad. I also mentioned in my videos, but Drip was not and is not one that I have been sponsored on.
Thank you for that. And Moonboy, really quick.
Yeah, I think Yeah, I think us as content creators, you know, we eventually want to get to the 30K, 50K, 100K, and even beyond subscriber base. And getting there on a web of lies is not the way any of us want to conduct ourselves. So, lying about one, two, or whatever paid promotions, it doesn't do anything for anyone. People who have a voice and, you know, has an audience, you'll forever get paid promotions all the time. Why lie about it? Hey, I'm getting paid, but I'm looking at it and I'm going to show you guys what I'm finding. Why would you lie? There's no purpose or benefit to lie if you're getting paid about something. People will know, okay, he's getting paid, but maybe it's something interesting. But for me, no. Zero money. If Drip did pay me, I would love that, but no, that did not happen. It's just something we were all introduced to, and it was interesting enough for all of us to cover it, and that's it.
Okay, thank you for that, guys. So just to go over this really quickly, the funny thing is reality is often much more boring than we want it to be, right? That's with anything in history. If you get my drift of what I'm saying with that, the reality is, how did we then come about Drip, and why is it that we all release content roughly nearly within a couple of weeks each other, all about the same project? I understand why optically people may see this as like all of a sudden these people that I watched for a particular project, even though they may cover other projects on their channels, are now at nearly the same time talking about the same project. And I can see why people can come up with conspiracy theories that, you know, it was some sort of planned thing from August, and that's why that was fed into by certain groups, and why we all got paid to do it, and also their craziness. The reality of the situation is this. RJ found out about this project through his own research, right? This is what he does full time. So for those that don't know, RJ does not have a regular 9-to-5 job. His job is content creation online, and then finding different cryptocurrency plays that he can profit off of and make money from. So of the many projects, when we've talked about lots of projects together in the past, Drip was one that was a standout project to us because we all seemed to really enjoy it. So when he presented it to us, I believe the specific date was January 17th. I could be wrong on that, and I can go back and verify, but I believe it was the 17th of January. Let me just actually, I want to make sure I'm accurate on that. It was a Monday, and it was the 17th of January, Monday. I'm sorry, guys. I'm my ADHD brain. Okay. Yes, the 17th of January, which was a Monday, is when he presented it to us. Just kind of told us about the project, said, hey, this is a project I'm getting into. I really like it. It took me a while to learn about it because it's kind of complex. Here's kind of some resources for you guys to do your research if you want to look into it. We said, cool. He actually sent us a Google Doc that just kind of went over all the information about the project with links to the websites and stuff, so we wouldn't have to type it all out on Twitter. So we got that information there, all did our own research, all came back and decided we liked it. And then it was just kind of one by one, we're like, hey, I'm going to do a video on this. I really like this project. And there's a cool referral bonus to that could help bolster my channel a little bit. That's kind of cool, along with all the other things that we do for referral bonuses as content creators, on top of the fact that we think it's a really great project. And so kind of one by one, we all ended up creating our own videos in our own ways. Because each of us has kind of our own unique styles on how that gets done. So it wasn't necessarily anything that was planned. It was just we were already talking because we had already started the roundtable at that point. We had been doing it for a few weeks. And so we had created other group chats where we talked about other projects unrelated to SafeMoon. That was one of them. We liked it. We talked about it, so on and so forth. Strong Block was another one that we talked about quite extensively in that group. And some of us have done videos on that project as well. So it's not necessarily that it was that one project, but for some reason that one project really stuck around and people felt threatened by that particular project. So hopefully that clears things up for people so they can know the truth of the matter on those things. Again, if you hear people saying otherwise, just ask them to provide any shred or evidence of proof. If they think that we conspired in August, ask them to provide proof. I would love to see any proof of that. Saying that we got paid to promote Drip, I would love to know where that money went, because if we got paid to promote Drip, I would love to know where that money was I allegedly was getting paid, because I think that would be great to have, right? So I was never paid for that. So ask them to provide proof of that. And then again, when we talked about this grand conspiracy, again, where's the evidence for that? Because I would love to see where we conspired on any of that stuff, because just none of that is true. And there's no evidence to support any of that. Moving on, let's get to the actual substance of the project. We talked a lot about personal attacks and stuff. I know that was kind of the first 35-ish minutes of the space. I know that's not what some of you guys came for, so I apologize that took up so much of the time, but we really felt that those particular items really needed to be talked about because there's just some inconsistencies there. So let's really start getting into the meat of the potatoes of what we came here to talk about, which is the project in and of itself. So when it comes to Drip, one of the big things that's been attacked by the S.A.D crew and by others who may not be a part of the S.A.D crew, but have also talked very negatively about Drip. And I can think of some people specifically, but we're not here to call it names. They were kind of comparing Drip to two different other projects historically. The first was BitConnect, and the second was UTI Tech. Those are the two big ones that they were comparing Drip to and saying that they were the same thing, and they ran into the same issues, and that's why it ran into things with legality, and that's why it was a Ponzi scheme, yada, 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 all the things going forward. So now that we're talking about those things, I think a lot of people may have heard of BitConnect and may have heard of UTI Tech to some degree, but may not be exactly familiar with what exactly those things were and what exactly those things did. So it's important, I think, that we address those first and foremost. So I'll give you guys a brief history without going into too crazy details here of BitConnect. So BitConnect was a project that started, I think it was 2016. Someone can correct me on that. But basically, it was a project that had its value tied directly to Bitcoin. And the whole purpose was you could earn 1% daily rewards, which is probably where they're getting that kind of level of connection. The issues, and BitConnect actually got to the point where it became a top 100 project by market cap in the entire cryptocurrency market. I think at one point it was almost top 10. So it was a very large project, was very well known. A lot of people were involved with it, and a lot of people really liked it. Where it started to run into issues was in November of 2017. The government of the United Kingdom issued BitConnect a notice with 2 months to provide its legitimacy, because they were claiming that they were using basically a bot that was generating income in crypto that they were then using to pay out the rewards for their BitConnect holders. So it was a bot that was using arbitrage and other methods to kind of generate these funds, and that's where the profits were coming from. And then that was getting paid out to everyone who held the project, and that's how they were able to sustain their 1% rewards. Later on, 2 months later, of course, in January of 2018, because no proof was provided for its legitimacy and how it was actually generating these funds and what bot was doing so, the Texas State Securities Board issued a cease and desist to the company, calling it a Ponzi scheme and citing failings in user earning transparency and misleading statements. The Texas State Security Board and the North Carolina Security of State Secretaries Division warned that BitConnect was not registered to sell securities in their respective states. So what was happening then was that they were calling it a Ponzi scheme because they were claiming they were using a bot. They were not able to provide any evidence that that was the case, and there was no transparency with the individual company that was selling basically BitConnect tokens for fiat currency in order to receive these rewards. So that was where they ran into a lot of issues. So that's what happened with BitConnect, and eventually they got shut down because they couldn't provide proof, and that's why a lot of people ran into a lot of issues there with legality, because there was a lot of lack of transparency of where the funds came from. Once the Texas State Securities Board and the North Carolina Securities Secretary of State Securities Division did their investigations into BitConnect, they found that what they were actually doing was they were not using any form of a bot. They were not using any form of arbitrage, but what they were doing is they were taking the funds from the new users, they were holding them and then paying those off to the old users and saying that the funds came from a bot that was generating those funds. So that is a clear case of scam and a clear case of fraud where you're lying about where the money's coming from. So there was deception involved in that project. UTI Tech was kind of the same thing in a lot of ways. So the founder of that project was João Severino and Ralph Gold, who founded that project. Severino, if you had actually looked into his history, he was actually banned from all financial activity in Portugal because of his involvement with another scam called AMC Invest prior to the release of this project. Then, and Ralph Gold, the other founder, was involved in other scams, including ADS Profit Reward, MX Fast Money, World Consumer Alliance, Hourly Rev Share, Ads Profit Wiz, APR Clicks, and Upper Game. So these guys that were the founders of USI Tech had already been involved in a lot of different scams historically. So they claimed that the company was founded out of Dubai, and what they would do is they would sell Bitcoin packages that started, I believe, at around 50 euros per package, and the more packages you held, the more earnings you would receive. They were extremely less transparent with where their funds came from. They just said they had ways of earning passive income and that you would earn these funds. So you would buy directly with your money for these quote unquote Bitcoin packages, and that's how you receive their money. Ironically, around the same time frame, they got shut down for similar reasons. They were asked to provide proof of their legitimacy of where these funds were coming from. They were unable to do so, and because they were unable to do so, they were shut down. After further investigation, they found the same problem. They were taking money from the new investors, and they were just giving it to the old investors and lying that there was some form of middle ground where funds were being generated. So that was the lie that was involved. So there was a little deception involved with the project. which then leads us to our definition of what an actual Ponzi scheme actually is. So directly from the dictionary, it says a Ponzi scheme is a form of fraud in which belief in the success of a non-existent enterprise is fostered by the payment of quick returns to the first investors from money invested by later investors. So the key word in a Ponzi is the word fraud, where there is deception and where there is lying about where funds are generated and how they are created in order to pay out rewards to those that are holders in that project or in that particular scam. So both of these different things with the Connect US Tech were both issues that ran in the same manner. There was deception and fraud involved. So the one comparison people make is, how is this not the same thing for Drip Network? Obviously, Drip Network is extremely complex. However, what people are talking about when they're comparing this is they're talking specifically about the Drip Network faucet. Now, the Drip Network faucet is not the only thing in the Drip Network ecosystem. It's one smart contract of many that you can get involved in with the Drip Network. That particular smart contract is an open source ledger where you can see all of the code, you can see where all of the funds go, and they're all held within smart contracts and not individual wallets, meaning it's all 100% transparent, and you can track every transaction that's happening within the project. On top of that, the funds that fund the faucet do partially come from the participation within the faucet. However, a large sum of the funds generated also come from the wider Drip Network ecosystem that's involved with their other utility use cases, of which we will go over later on in this space. So I will be listing out all the other things that they are currently working on, and we will also be listing the things that they've already completed that are already a part of the Drip Network ecosystem. So as you guys can see here, that is kind of what happened with BitConnect and these other pyramids, these other scams that happened that were Ponzi schemes. I'll be briefly, Joe, Crypto Atlas, or Moonboy, did you guys have any comment to make between those comparisons?
Yeah, I mean, I've argued with people about SafeMoon, and they've used the same exact tactics. It's tactics of somebody doesn't have real evidence, so they say, you know what, you shouldn't get in a car because there was a car crash happen over here, and it's just waterless. And I've been in that same kind of argument with SafeMoon multiple times, and then we find ourselves here with this, as far as how they just compare it to this bad thing happened, so that means this is bad by proxy. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I think something that's really key to point out too is that when you opt into the drip system, if people are concerned about the sustainability of the project, we've made videos, we've talked all about this generation. I know you got your notes, how you're going to progress through everything, but at the end of the day, I think a common misconception that people still seem to keep thinking is that when you put your drip into the faucet, you're earning dollars per day. And that is not true. You're earning drip. Drip has a value that's dictated based on what's going on in the market. So the sustainability of the project, thinking like, well, you're earning 1% per day. That's mathematically not possible. It's like, what are you doing math on? Are you doing it on dollars? Because are you trying to say that they're guaranteeing that you're getting X amount of dollars a day? Because that's not what's going on. You're getting drip. And the way that it's supported is fairly complex, but that's why we've made videos breaking everything down. The problem is that you have individuals who look at things for face value, don't do their actual research, don't even seem to understand the basics of blockchain technology, and then make these baseless accusations, and then people believe it. So it's rather unfortunate, but that's why we're doing this space, is to help address these things.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. One other thing I wanted to touch on really quick was for those that participated in the After Dark Twitter space where I was present, and people had asked me to reach out to the SEC. I wanted to go ahead and address that, albeit briefly. So they'd asked me that because they were worried about the legitimacy of the Drip network. Now, I can go over what I plan to go over here really briefly is kind of how the SEC has kind of been handling DeFi recently. Again, I am not a securities lawyer. This is not going to be legal advice. And we would suggest that if you're concerned about the legalities of securities or cryptocurrencies or DeFi, that you reach out to your own securities lawyer if you're interested in that subject. So this is just from research that I have done. I am not a lawyer or an expert in the subject, but I will be touching on the research that I have come across. Now, I did reach out to the SEC. For those that keep asking, did I ever reach out to the SEC? Yes, I did. I called them. So I called them to talk about this. Okay. When you go to reach out to the SEC, it's not as simple as just giving them a phone call and they're just going to answer their phone and they're going to talk to you about that, right? So who I actually called is the SEC's Office of Investor Education and Advocacy, or the OIEA. I gave them a phone call. I submitted so I went to go online to submit a form. I figured it'd be easier to give a phone call. I gave them a phone call, and they basically said that they're backed up because of everything that's going on with COVID, and they wouldn't be able to take my call, but they would be giving me a call back later. I then left them my name, my email, my phone number, and a brief message as to what I was wanting to talk to them about, which was, of course, the Drip Network and the intricacies of the project in and of itself, to verify the information that I already pretty much know to be true from the research that I had already done. I wasn't reaching out to the SEC because I had concerns about the project, but more so because others had asked me to do so, and I was going to be true to my word on that. I also emailed the Salt Lake City regional office of the SEC, basically asking the same thing to see if I could get an expedited answer, so to see who would reach out to me first. After doing both those things, I have yet to receive a response from either department. However, I have reached out to both of them. I think, in my personal opinion, the only real way I'm going to be able to get real solid answers for those that are curious and want those answers is going to be through contacting a securities lawyer directly, walking them through the entire project and all of its intricacies, and then asking them directly what they feel about that project. Of course, that would require a lot of my time, and it would require a lot of money up front to pay for a lawyer and their time. So I would leave this challenge here on a recorded space, that if anyone out there would like to fund, especially those that were calling for me to reach out to the SEC and have been funding the project, would want to pay for my time and the time of the lawyer, I would be more than happy to reach out and meet with a securities lawyer, walk over the entire project, and then have a video with him where he walks through his feelings about its legality and any issues that it could fall into with legality with the SEC. So if people would like that to happen, then they're welcome to fund that, and I would be more than happy to do that on their behalf and put in the time for that. But I'm not going to spend a ton of money on a securities lawyer to talk to them about that for basically things I already know to be true. I don't really have personal issues with. Again, if you have issues with that, you can always talk to your own securities lawyer and get things involved with them and talk to them about the project that way as well. So when it comes to the SEC, how do they determine what a security is? All of this kind of stems from a case in 1946, what's the SEC versus Howey, which is what they call, the Howey test, where they factor in what constitutes a security and what doesn't constitute a security. So the 4 points they measure to constitute what a security is if it has the existence of an investment contract, so a smart contract would qualify, the formation of a common enterprise, which would be basically any type of company, a promise of profits by the issuer. So any type of profits could be returns on staking, that could be returns on reflections, that could be returns on a deposit into a faucet. Anything like that would constitute a security, and the use of a third party to promote the offering. So a lot of projects all have a lot of third parties that are promoting that particular project for the particular offerings, and many people are paid to do so. So when it comes to that, pretty much most of DeFi is going to probably hit at least one, if not multiple, of these different points, which make it classify under security. The head of the SEC himself has basically said that pretty much all of DeFi and even a lot of coins would most likely be considered a security by the SEC. The issue is the SEC only enforces what is already written in law by Congress. And there's a lot of gray area and not really a lot of laws that are currently regulating what's going on in the crypto space. So there's a lot of different lawsuits and cases, like people know what are going on with XRP, that are kind of dictating how the future is going to look for crypto and how the SEC is going to handle this moving forward. From my research, and again, I would advise everyone to go please do their own research and recognize that I am not an expert, but just someone who's done a little bit of research on the subject, is I've noticed the SEC specifically has issues with and tends to target projects that launch as ICOs for centralized companies, with it being a security that they're basically doing an ICO so that they can basically crowdfund for a particular project. Also with centralized exchanges, usually they're going to have issues with the SEC without being licensed and following the particular guidelines that they need to follow for the selling of a security. And basically, if there's an extreme lack of transparency with what the project does and how it functions, meaning if there's something that's behind a proxy or something that's not public so people can't see what's actually happening to their money, which would land you in the area of potentially being a Ponzi scheme and all that other stuff. So those are currently the issues the SEC typically tends to target. However, let me see here. Give me 1 second. Oh yeah. So, however, when it comes to the IRS, however, you guys will notice that the IRS actually views DeFi and cryptocurrency completely differently. They currently view all of DeFi as digital properties. That's why they're taxed in the tax brackets that they're taxed. If they were classified as securities, the IRS would actually be taxing you less money for your investments in cryptocurrency than they would be if it's listed as a digital property. So that's currently how there's a conflict there between the IRS and the SEC and how they view cryptocurrencies, and how both different government agencies currently handle both things. Now, I did want to read a statement here directly from the SEC on November 16th of 2018 that says, this is a statement on digital asset security issuance and trading. It will apply a functional approach to assessing which security statutes might be implicated, regardless of how an entity may characterize either itself or the particular activities or technologies used to provide the service. Moreover, the SEC noted, a violation does not mean that all is lost. It cites the particular remedies specified in the Carrier EQ or AirFox and Paragon coin settlements as demonstrating that there is a path to compliance with the federal securities law going forward, even when issuers have conducted an illegal, unregistered offering of the digital asset securities. End quote there. That was the end of that quote. And on top of that, if you guys have been paying attention to what's been going on with Ripple and everything on with their lawsuit, they just won in court the idea that they did not have enough time for compliance with the SEC's change in laws, and they won that in a court case. So what does this exactly mean? This means that even if a token is currently operating as a security and the SEC deems it as such, even if the conduct is illegal in DeFi or in cryptocurrency, they are going to be offering a path to compliance. So most of these court cases aren't ending with people going to jail. What they're doing is they're going to the developers or the company that's involved and saying, you need to change X, Y, and Z in order to be within the proper conduits and functions of the legal system to operate as a security in the United States. So that's been going on with that. For people who are wondering where I'm getting this information, most of the information that I presented today as far as how the SEC and the IRS currently handles cryptocurrencies and particularly DeFi, and from all the quotes that I quoted today, I did not just make this up. This came from a report by Robert A. Schwinger from the New York Law Journal on January 22nd of 2019. If people want to read that article after the space, just let me know, and I can go ahead and post a link to the article that can give you guys more details on the intricacies of how the SEC and the IRS currently handles DeFi and cryptocurrencies. Once again, I am not a legal expert. This is just what I have read and what I have reported to you guys. I would advise strongly that you guys each do your own individual investigations into these subjects if you deem so necessary. And of course, right now, it is extremely complex with the way things are handled with DeFi and cryptocurrency for the SEC and the IRS. And there's a lot of things that are constantly changing with legislation. We just had the thing with President Joe Biden, where he wanted to put out he just recently put out an executive order covering how cryptocurrencies are going to function moving forward. Congress has talked extensively about different bills that they would like to pass on how cryptocurrencies would be handled moving forward as well. So there's a lot of gray area there, and they're basically all showing that what they're going to be doing is they're going to be offering a path to compliance for a lot of these projects, not just shutting them down, unless, of course, they're doing something that's outrageously illegal, like running a Ponzi scheme or some other form of illegal activity that's illegal, regardless if it's crypto or not. So I know I went through a lot of information there, and some of you might be glazed over with what I just talked about, but I wanted to kind of pass off to Atlas or Joe to maybe clarify some points there, or maybe bring some points forward on that.
I think you did a great job on that. I don't have any notes at the moment.
Joe, anything you wanted to comment about all that?
Yeah, I think it's just stupid and silly the fact that like go tell the SEC about your crypto. Once again, these are just lame duck tactics. Someone alternatively could turn around and go tell the SEC about SafeMoon, and then you're gonna have someone like Chris go to SEC and go, hey, let's go there, guys. It's not gonna happen. It's just ridiculous.
Thank you for that, guys. So I hope that covered most of those questions for you guys. And again, we will be opening this up to the public. So I know a couple of people have been requesting come up. We see your requests. We will be having you guys come up and ask your questions. We just wanted to address all the points first, and then we'll be going to a live Q&A for you guys to ask any of those questions that you want on the subject, of course. Let me see here. Okay, so the next thing that we want to talk about, now that we've gone through the SEC, we've gone through all this other stuff that's been addressed before, I did want to go a little bit over the buddy system. So the buddy system is a big pain point for a lot of people because they keep comparing it to something like a pyramid scheme where they say the people at the top are earning all the money and the people at the bottom are not earning all the money. Not that to shield my own stuff, but I would really advise you guys go watch my drip masterclass or my video on the buddy system where I actually break this all down visually for everyone to see exactly how it operates and how it functions. Because I don't want to just reiterate what I've already put out. You guys can go and watch that video. It'll explain it in a lot more detail. But the key points I wanted to take away on the buddy system here. Number one, people below in the system, so people lower in the system can earn more money than people that are higher in the system. This is because of the extreme limitations that exist within the buddy system and the functions of the drip project, on top of the fact that you can put in more money or less money than people above you, and people don't have to participate within the buddy system in and of itself. So give you a quick example. Let's say I've got Joe and I've got Sam. And let's say Joe decides to put 100 drip tokens in the faucet, and then he sends a referral to Sam to go ahead and make his deposit into the project. Let's just say that Joe decides he does not want to participate in the buddy system, or rather he only wants to get one downline value out of it. So he gets Sam on board, and Sam decides to put his own, 150 drip into the project. That would mean that the first person that referred, Joe, would be getting 15 drip tokens from the 10% that he would get from the reward for having a referral put into his faucet deposit, not paid to his wallet directly. Although when it comes to the other person that put their money into this, Sam, he could then go out, decide to be able to build out 20 different referral systems and get to 20 different referrals, and he would therefore be earning more than the original person who referred him, Joe. Even if you don't even factor in for the referral system in and of itself, let's say neither participated in the system. If I referred somebody else and they used my buddy code, which you can still do even if you don't want to participate in the rewards because you don't meet the qualifying factors, that person could deposit more money into the system. And because they would be earning a higher percentage of their deposit, because 1% of 150 is higher than 100, they would be technically earning more than the person above them in the system. So I know that the system is extremely complex, and I probably did a pretty bad job there explaining it. But basically, you can earn more money if you're lower in the system than someone that's higher in the system. Part of the reason this is possible is because there's only ever one positive payout or positive reward for every positive action within the drip ecosystem. What this means is anytime there's a hydrate or a deposit in the project, and many times there's no reward because there's qualifications in order to receive the reward. For example, if you've claimed more tokens out of the contract than you have in your deposit, you no longer are capable of receiving rewards through the buddy system. Also, if your wallet hits 100,000 tokens that have been claimed, you can't get anything out of the Faucet Smart contract any longer. On top of the fact that if you don't have the appropriate BR34P, which is the Binance Pig version of the REAP token, which is one of Forex Shark's earlier projects, then you also don't receive any rewards, and you're limited to 15 downlines. Those downlines don't mean that you're receiving rewards for every single person below you in those lines. It means there's a round-robin system where it goes up the line if you qualify. If you do not qualify, and the higher up you go, the more difficult it becomes to qualify, then no reward is paid out, and that reward is skipped and goes to the next person in the next time a positive action is taken. I know this is extremely complex. I understand why people have issues with it. The key point here is go watch videos that I have published or these other gentlemen have published going through the details of how this works and showing a visual chart of what that looks like so you can better understand this progressive system. But basically, the key point I wanted to give you guys is that people below you can earn more money than people above you because of all of the limiting factors that are involved within this ecosystem. On top of the fact that just because something is shaped like a pyramid doesn't inherently mean it's a pyramid scam. To give you guys a very easy example of this, look at any major corporation in the United States or any major enterprise. There's usually going to be a CEO or a board of directors, or a CEO and then a board of directors that are going to be earning the largest sum of money within the company. And then it's going to go down probably through area managers, then regional managers, then local managers, then office managers, down to shift leads, down to individual workers. And the further you go down that line, the less money people make and the more people there are, forming a pyramid. If you track the money, that's the exact same thing. There's a person at the top, and as you go down, there's less money being distributed to each individual person, and there's more people. That creates the shape of a pyramid. That doesn't inherently mean that it's a pyramid scam. The difference between drip and corporate America is that in drip, you can actually earn more money being lower down the chain than someone who's higher up in the chain, dependent upon how you currently qualify with the buddy system, if you decided to qualify for that or not, and how much you've initially deposited within the Faucet smart contract. Did you guys want to talk about that, Joe and Alice?
Joe, you want to go first this time?
Yeah, no, I just want to say is no. I think you said it beautifully. I mean, you said it perfectly, 100%.
Okay, what I wanted to touch on is think about your bank system. You go in to get money from the bank. You want to get a loan. Where does that money come from? Somebody else put a deposit in, right? So the idea of transferring money based on specific situations and scenarios, it's not exactly a new concept. So what Drip is designing is interesting because they have the flexibility to be able to identify a supply, a digital supply. That supply is backed by dollars, which comes from people that want to buy it, right? So people opting into the system, that's the key word there. They design something that's optional. There's other design systems of how Drip works, but if people want to receive passive income, where do you think the funding comes from? I mean, like literally, what does anyone think when they think that the system would pay out? How do you pay out interest? How do you pay out anything unless money is being circulated around? It's just basic commerce.
Thank you for that, Alice. Exactly. So if people want to do their own research on this, understand the intricacies of the system, like I mentioned before, there's a masterclass video. It's 45 minutes long, and it goes into extreme detail. There's also shorter videos, if you don't want to sit through 45 minutes, that goes over the particular intricacies of the project. Another thing I wanted to point out for people to understand, you do not need a buddy code to purchase, sell, or transfer the Drip token. That is one thing that's been brought up quite extensively in the past and is a blatant lie. The only time a buddy code is ever needed within the Drip ecosystem is if you want to go ahead and gain access to the faucet. So how that works is if you want to buy, sell, or trade Drip, you can buy, sell, or trade Drip just like any other token on PancakeSwap or through their native DEX. You have Binance Smart Chain. You can then go in and you can swap your Binance Smart Chain for the Drip token either on PancakeSwap or the native DEX. The native DEX is paired with actually, it's not paired with BNB. It's actually paired with USD. BUSD is what it's paired with. And then on the native DEX, it's actually what's paired with the Smart Chain BNB. So they actually have two different liquidity pools, and those are paired differently to different tokens, which they call their Sword and Shield protocol. It's basically their way of helping stabilize the price a little bit by having one liquidity pool tied to the US dollar equivalent, and then the other one tied directly to BNB, which is what the entire ecosystem is on top of, which is the Binance Smart Chain. So you can go ahead and buy, sell, or transfer Drip token like any other token without ever seeing or even knowing about anyone's buddy codes or anything to do with that. The only time a buddy code is used is for the very first time you want to go ahead and make a deposit into the faucet. If you try to make a deposit into the faucet without a buddy code, it's just not going to let you do it. You have to go ahead and enter someone's buddy code in. Once you enter someone's buddy code in on the UI, then it will then give you the unlocked access to then go ahead and make your first deposit into the Drip faucet. So that is the only time a buddy code is ever needed. You can do everything else in the Drip ecosystem, including supplying liquidity, including using the Drip Garden, including the things with the Manor Farm, and the other things they're currently working on releasing here soon, all without any type of buddy code involved. It's just specifically for the faucet that you would ever even need a buddy code involved in that system. So I wanted to go ahead and make that extremely clear. That is the only time a buddy code is ever needed is for strictly the faucet smart contract, which is only one of many elements within the within the Drip ecosystem. Okay, one thing I did want to touch on really quickly here is I did want to go through the list of use cases while we're on the subject outside of that faucet smart contract. So a lot of people assume that the faucet smart contract is the only thing that Drip is used for. This is totally not the case. So first and foremost, Drip is currently working on a partnership with PancakeSwap. Many of you may have seen PancakeSwap posting the picture of the little bunny with the Drip logo on his chest. A lot of people are assuming this is alluding to the fact that they are going to be having a partnership soon that has already been announced by Drip and the developer, who is Forex Shark. They are also working on a partnership with Chainlink. Both of these partnerships have been confirmed. On top of that, they are working on a UI overhaul that will be coming out very shortly. That UI overhaul is going to make the Drip Network website look a lot more professional, and they're going to try to mimic what current major banking systems websites currently look like. Is kind of the look that they're looking for. You want to see what that video looks like? Crypto Atlas did a really good video going over what that UI overhaul looks like, or you can go through any one of our Twitter histories to see what that upgrade looks like, as they've already released a video showing what that UI will look like when it does release. Drip is also working on a cross-chain bridge, which will allow capital from other chains to buy Drip on the Binance Smart Chain network. And they're also working on multiple exchange APIs being developed along with that bridge. They're also working on QRent, which is going to be a Drip celebrity NFT partnership with full integration of the Drip contract with the Atlantis metaverse, which will utilize Drip as the reverse currency in their ecosystem. 100% of the sales in the BUSD and BNB pairing for celebrity NFTs will buy Drip and stake into the faucet, providing more tokens for rewards. They're also working on a jewelry store partnership with A-list rappers and artists in NFTs. They're also working on a Focus Visual influencer onboarding process, which will have Focus Visual is a South American-based OnlyFans, Twitch, Booyah, and YouTube streaming management firm that manages some of the largest talents in Latin America. And their unique team building rewards and structure for content creators and their subscribers to create content accessible exclusively to their Drip teams. On top of this, Drip's faucet collateral lending platform has been announced, meaning that they will have a lending platform where you can, just like you would for any other bank's lending system. They will also work on a Drip NFT idol battle Pokemon style NFT video game where you will be able to play a Pokemon-like style game where you can battle with these different creatures that are going to be used in the Drip ecosystem using NFTs. So it'll be a video game that you guys will eventually be able to play. On top of that, they're doing a Drip-backed treasury by OHM Fork, which is something else that they'll be working on. Another thing they're working on is a Bet Fury partnership. For those that don't already know, Bet Fury is a online casino that primarily works with Bitcoin, but they're going to be having a massive co-promotion where Drip will be available, an available token on Bet Fury, and you can get paid in BFG for using Drip on their platform. The Drip battle game on Bet Fury, which can be played only using Drip. The BFG token will be usable to buy Drip on Drip's native DEX. So that'll be another token that will be on their native DEX, will be the BFG token. So you can get into the Bet Fury and you can get your rewards in the Drip token, adding another utility. They're also working on a few different exchange listings and a fiat Drip purchase using credit card and debit cards. They're also working on a Drip wallet insurance, which insures your wallet against scammers and hackers, allowing you to withdraw 75% of your deposits by foregoing 25% as fees only if compromised. So how this works is you sacrifice 25% of your wallet, and then that Drip wallet insurance will insure the other 75% of your wallet. So it's a really cool thing where they can go ahead and give you insurance. So that way, if you worry about your seed phrase getting stolen or you're worried about getting dusted or anything like that, that will be one of the other things that they'll be adding into the ecosystem, that you can provide individual wallet insurance. And the insurance premiums could be 5% of your 1% ROI if you choose to do it that way through the faucet instead of doing it with the 25-75 split. Another thing, the things that they've already completed that are already a part of their ecosystem is they have the Drip Liberation contract with over $25 million in liquidity on PancakeSwap. It's already been achieved. This contract provides stablecoin liquidity to Drip on PancakeSwap. It has made Drip price more stable. As you guys can see the charts, even though it's on a downtrend, it's not dropping like a rock. It's doing a little bit of a slow crash with the rest of the market crash that's been going on currently. The Drip Garden is already out that pays out 3% daily rewards on staking Drip in the Drip BUSD LP token pairings with the plant token and everything else involved there. There's already a large amount of money that's already involved in that contract and locked up there. They also have the Manor Farm, which is now converted into the Animal Farm, which you can go ahead and deposit your Drip tokens in there for LP pairings in order to earn Drip and to earn dog and pig tokens, to then utilize those tokens within the ecosystem that they're building through the Animal Farm and through the pig pen. And of course, now the pig vault, which is all being currently worked on now. After they finish up, they've had to go ahead and move over from a V1 over to a V2 with the pig tokens because of some issues they had with the contract. Once they're finished moving that stuff all over, the Forex Shark himself has already claimed that once they get the migration over, the V2 has been taken care of, and that contract is set into place, that's when he will be moving forward with a lot of these drip innovations that they all have planned moving forward. So we'll see a lot of these things that I just talked about starting to actually come into fruition here over the next several weeks once Forex Shark moves his attention back over to the drip project and all these other utilities and use cases we brought back into the drip network ecosystem. I know that I just went over a lot of information there. So if you guys need to go back and rewind, if you're listening to this recorded on Twitter or on YouTube, feel free to do so. And of course, in the video description of my YouTube video, I also have a link to this entire list I just went over. If you guys want to go ahead and read that, or if you are a part of our Discord group, it's also pinned in the drip section of the education section of the drip section in our Discord server. Crypto Atlas or Joe, did you want to comment on any of that?
Not for me. I believe you covered everything from my end.
Yeah, same here. You went over every single thing. All good?
Perfect. So I hope that clears up for people to recognize that drip is not just simply the faucet smart contract, but there is a lot of other utility use cases that are coming into the ecosystem and that are already a part of that ecosystem. And every single buy, sell, and transfer involved in those ecosystems are all adding towards the rewards pool that is being generated for the faucet smart contract, which is still holds an extremely large amount of the supply, even in a downtrending market. Excuse me one second. Let me see here what the next thing we wanted to go over was just really quickly here. Okay, yeah. So talking about price action here, the price is going down, as is the rest of the market. For many of you guys may have realized that even some of the larger tokens and coins out there are 60, 70% down right now with current price action. Drip is suffering for the same thing that everything else is. If you actually go and look, Drip was at an all-time high just in January. So it's had a consolidation phase after the fact. And of course, it's been falling with the rest of the market. Again, we cannot predict pricing on any single specific project. I'm not going to sit here and say the price is going to go back up because I cannot guarantee that in the same way that I can't guarantee that for any other project, cryptocurrency, or stock out in the world right now. I just can't do that for anybody. If I knew when prices were going to go up and go down, then I wouldn't be here. I'd be a millionaire somewhere, right? Or heck, I'd be a billionaire somewhere. So we can't predict price action, but there is a lot of things coming to the ecosystem here in the future. So this isn't just the end of the line for Drip. There is a lot of things coming that should potentially add a larger catalyst for more price action in the future. Although, of course, we cannot guarantee anything like that. Did you guys want to? Oh, it looks like Joe popped down. Let me get him back up here. Okay. Did you want to touch on that, Joe, or Crypto Atlas once Joe connects?
Yes. What I want to say is that think about the experts, the quote unquote experts, when you look at stock. Stock has been around a lot longer than cryptocurrency, right? You got noteworthy figures like Jim Cramer, who have been calling out all these plays, and they're actually financial advisors, right? How many of their projects actually did what they said they were going to do? It's the way that the market is designed is that you have things that come into play that are unpredictable, like a country invading another country. It obviously has an impact on things. Regulations, the Federal Reserve, the presidents, countries, crackdowns, new policies. There's so many factors. The odds of claiming that something is going to go up and you're actually right, it's not 100%. No one is going to get this stuff 100%. So like Generation said, we're not saying that Drip is guaranteed, oh yeah, it's going to go back up. There's a lot of signs that point that it's more likely from a probabilist standpoint, which is what I do a lot of my stuff on. I do technical analysis, right? So it's probability. It's saying, oh, this is 65% compared to 35%. Given the trend pattern that's going on here, it's more likely to go up than to go down. You have to look at everything on the table. What is it that Drip has? What is it that Drip has on their roadmap? And does it make logical sense that they're moving in an uptrend direction? Are they more likely to get more users for XYZ reason? Or are they more likely for this to fall apart? Is it because of other projects? You evaluate all those things. Based on my evaluations, I'm more optimistic about Drip than being pessimistic. But I cannot guarantee that the price will go up.
Joe, did you want to touch on that?
Yeah, sorry about that. I got dropped for a second. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's up to everyone who wants to, as far as what they want to buy or sell. No one's telling or forcing anyone to do anything. And I think that, all this craziness is ultimately backed by the fact that people assume others are trying to force them to buy or sell, and that's not the case. We individually decided what to get involved in, and that's what brought us all here together as far as this whole situation.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Joe. Yeah, so I hope that a lot of this was able to clear up a lot of information for people. Let me see if I had anything else I wanted to touch on. One of the things I wanted to touch on really quickly is a lot of people have brought up that the developer of the project is not doxxed. That is true. Forex Shark has not been doxxed. However, he has been in the crypto space since 2012. So for anyone who knows, he's had a very long track record in the crypto space, and even some of the larger crypto developers in the space are not doxxed. Obviously, the inventor of Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto, is not doxxed. The inventors and creators and current dev team of PancakeSwap and the Cake project are all undoxed. So there's a lot of major projects out there that are all undoxed. It was actually
Shiba Inu. I think that's another one, isn't it?
Yep. That's another good one. Good. That's all undoxed. So there's a lot of teams out there that are undoxed that are developing successful or arguably successful projects that are out there. I don't think that's necessarily a thing that should be. Again, this is my personal opinion. If this is a hang up for you, that's your own choice. I mean, I'm not here to convince you. We're just here to talk about the facts. Forex Shark isn't doxed. However, he does have a trusted track record in crypto since 2012. He's been involved in several projects in the past that you can go ahead and look through his entire history of all the projects he's worked with and see that none of them have been rug pulled. None of them have had issues this entire time since 2012. So there's that. Yeah, go ahead.
So to verify this, as I've actually talked with Forex Shark himself, you can go through his Telegram group or even his Discord group. And there's community members from years ago on these other projects and when they launched and their investments that they did. And you can see the sentiment with everyone that's there. You have years of message documentation that people can go and just look for themselves to see if he has a history of being a scammer or whatever, right? And like Generation is saying, he has years of credibility backing him.
Thank you for that, Alice. Joe, did you want to touch on that?
Yeah, and I mean, it speaks for itself. When I first heard about the project, I heard he wasn't doxxed. I was for myself personally skeptical. But then just hearing him talk and hearing what he said, and then looking into it, the guy's been around for a while. And if there's anyone out there who come in and go, yeah, Forex stole from me or whatever, I would love to see that guy because there's none. The guy has been in crypto for a long time, and he's been working in crypto and making money and working on projects. So I think his name speaks for itself, to be honest with you.
Thank you for that, Joe. So I think we touched on pretty much everything that I wanted to touch on and run through. I know it was a lot of information, and obviously we can't touch every single aspect or intricacy of the project as it is a complex project. That's why I say, as a reference, if you guys want to see just a straight video of just hitting you with pretty much all the information, and even that doesn't have all the information, is the 45-minute masterclass that I made that should go through pretty much everything that you'd want to know, at least as a baseline to get you kind of an idea. And then, of course, we ask every single one of you to please don't just take what we say or any other influencer's information. Go do your own research. Go read the white paper. Go listen to the AMAs that Forex Shark has done. He has done multiple AMAs. He did one with Atlas for several hours. He's done one with RJ for several hours. He's done with other content creators on YouTube for several hours, where he has gone over all of the different questions that people have had in the community and talked in depth and in extreme detail of how exactly the project works. So we ask all of you guys to please do your own research. Get involved with the projects that you're looking into, and don't just take at face value what people say to you. For all you know, imagine, I know a lot of people here are, I don't want to bring it into it too much, but a lot of people are fans of SafeMoon. They love that project. Imagine if your first exposure to that project was people saying that it was that bad and it was terrible and that it was awful, and you listened to that and never were a part of that, and you weren't a part of the community and the project you are today, right? So that goes for any project. So don't just take at face value someone saying that a project is awesome, because we've all seen those turn into rug pulls, and don't go to take at face value what some people say was a bad project, because we all know what happened to the early Bitcoin investors who listened to that FUD. So do your own research. Don't be swayed either way by individual people screaming about things of left or right, up or down about any particular project. It's extremely important that you do your own research. We understand that this project is extremely complex. It's a lot more complex, especially with the way the Fossil Smart contract works, than most other things in DeFi are currently. We get that. So please engage with our content, ask questions, and we would love to answer them. Feel free to DM us. hey, there's a certain aspect of this project I just still can't wrap my head around it. How does this particular aspect work? And I think pretty much all of us would be willing to talk to you about it. Our Discord has a section dedicated towards education on the Drip project, where you can go to and ask all the educational questions you want, and other community members and us as content creators are more than happy to answer those questions for you there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go give Joe and Crypto Atlas a chance to talk about anything else that they want just for a couple of seconds here, if you guys want to bring anything else up. And then we're going to open the floor to community questions. Anyone who wants to come up and ask. I don't care if you FUDed if you FUDed Drip in the past, if you've FUDed other projects in the past, if you are a mega fan of Drip, you're not a mega fan of Drip, you're a skeptic, you're somewhere in between. I don't care who you are. Everybody and anybody is welcome to come up and ask any questions they want about the project. So I see that some people have already put a request in. I'll be admitting you guys up one by one as speakers to go ahead and ask questions that you want to ask in an organized manner, and we'll move on from there. Joe and Atlas, did you have anything else you wanted to add before we move to community questions?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. I don't really like to stir up drama. Anyone that does, I think you should really question what their intentions are, okay? I am sick and tired of a fellow member of the SafeMoon community, which if you go and you look at my YouTube channel, I've got over 1,000 videos now I've done on my YouTube channel covering crypto projects, not just SafeMoon. But if you look at how many videos I've done covering SafeMoon, that should be a testimony of how much that I believe in this project. I do criticize from time to time little elements because I want it to improve. I want it to succeed. And as I've stated, I haven't sold any of my SafeMoon. To have an individual like Chris Harris, who on a repeated basis is going in and he has a hosted space and he does it committed, right? I don't go on Twitter very much and do these spaces. I'm a YouTube guy. That's my platform of choice. But guess what? When people come in on Twitter and they're curious about finding out SafeMoon, he's got one of the biggest audiences. It should not be about tearing up these projects, to splitting the space. And what I keep finding out is that is what he is doing. And I'm calling him out on this. It is not the core values of what SafeMoon's team has portrayed. Has anyone here that's listening right now or listening to the replay later on seen John or Ryan go out and say, hey, this project over here, don't trust that, don't do your research on? You don't hear any of that. What do you hear from them? They say we should come together, diversify your portfolio, unify DeFi. We are SafeMoon content creators. We are trying to show our support and stay positive and be role models. Just because we support other projects should never be misconstrued that we are trying to take away from the SafeMoon community space. SafeMoon is not the end-all be-all for crypto, guys. Neither is Bitcoin or Ethereum or Dogecoin or Shiba. You get the point. I'm finding out on a consistent basis that someone like Chris Harris will go and host a space, bring up my name, and drag it through the mud when he could be spending all of that time being positive, focusing on the content at hand. None of this drama, this bullshit. People that want to say that, oh, this debate, him backing out, oh, it's him being the bigger man. He cast the stones. It makes me upset because he could do better. I shouldn't be having to say these things right now. That is not the kind of representative that should be hosting and having the biggest audience space talking about SafeMoon on Twitter. One of you guys that's listening right here, I would much rather be able to have some free time, go in like I used to do with the After Dark, and be able to talk about some fun things to a SafeMoon. I don't want to tune into a space. Who logically wants to tune into a space on top of all this other dredge that we're having to go through in the markets and our personal lives and hear about negativity? Hearing people that are trashing on other people in the community. Hearing people that are intentionally trying to divide the community. How can you be a figurehead trying to show support for SafeMoon when you're trying to tear down every other person besides you that is proactively trying to be positive and trying to contribute towards this system? I've been doing my part. I've been trying very hard. I get random people that say just such hateful stuff to me, about me, accusing me of things, and it's baseless, all because of accusations from primarily one individual that has some degree of influence on Twitter. Is this really who you guys want as somebody that's representing SafeMoon? Really ask yourselves that. Do you want to give him the time of day to go in and listen to that kind of hateful speech? You could be spending that time doing how many other things? Looking at how many other content creators? What about people that are just trying to get started? How many subscribers do you think I had, or Joe had, or Generation had when we started? We had 0, just like everyone else. I don't care if you're a big name or you're a small name. I want to support people that have the same vision. I keep supporting SafeMoon because I believe in their vision and their core principles is what they're trying to do as a company. And frankly, I don't think that Chris Harris represents the same image. I don't think he has the same core principles. Look at how vulgar he is. Look at how often he's vindictive, calling out this person or that person. You look through all of his history, unless he starts deleting things. I should not be having to have this conversation. We are debating about drip, or well, there was supposed to be a debate. We're debunking everything that we've already addressed, but we're trying to make this into one core little video here. And we're only doing that because of the fact that we support SafeMoon so much, and we have a lot of people in the SafeMoon community that are attacking us because of what Chris Harris has said. We're not trashing on SafeMoon. I love SafeMoon. I can't wait to see these things that are coming out. He should be ashamed of himself. And frankly, anyone that wants to stand and back a man like that, you're not doing yourself a favor and looking outside the box, looking at what other people's point of views are, understanding the bigger picture. If you take the word of one single man, I don't know how much hope there is for you for growth. I'm a very compassionate person. I'm a very passionate person. I want to see so many people succeed. When I see projects like Drip that are innovative, that are new, in an industry space that's only 13 years old, it gets me excited, just like the early days with SafeMoon. You guys remember going on the calculator, and it's like an RPG game. You're doing all the math, figuring out how this would change your life. If it went to this price, how would that change your life? The idea of SafeMoon, the reflectionary model, you're like, oh, this is cool, this is new. Having that kind of mentality where you're open-minded enough at opportunities like that is where you get the right timing. That's how you get to where you want to be. We are trying to share those kinds of opportunities when we don't talk just about SafeMoon. And we are not crapping on other projects all the time. You know why? Because I want to be a better man. I want to have the same principles as what John and Ryan have with SafeMoon. I know that's a little bit of a lengthy speech, but those of you who actually tune in this Twitter space, I really do appreciate that you guys are here. You're the group that shows that you're open-minded enough to at least hear what other people have to say. And I have so much respect for people like you. Anybody that's not listening to this, you got a replay. And if anyone is listening, you can share the replay. It'll be up on Generation Crypto's channel. Generation, I'm so sorry that we've gotten to this point where we've had to do something like this. But I am incredibly proud of you as my friend that you've taken so much time and put all of your notes together for this in preparation. People can go back and listen through. You're very detailed and you actually provide resources. This whole idea of I've got sources, bullshit. Excuse my language. Where? Prove it. If he actually cared about the SafeMoon community, these accusations that he says that he has of sources against Drip, why wouldn't he share them by now? Why would he withhold that? If he was literally trying to do everything that he could to be as supportive as possible to try and prove his point, he would provide those things like we've been doing in our videos, debunking everything that's been said. And when a point has been shifted upon, my only point of view is that he's then in agreement that with what we said, debunking it is true. Because if we make a counter argument and there is nothing to rebuttal it and just a change of topic, I'm assuming that he's agreeing with us that we're right. But instead, he's creating an echo chamber. This man is disturbing. His behavior is disturbing. He's on a power trip. He's not a good role model for what SafeMoon is trying to represent. And frankly, especially right now, we don't need even more of that kind of stuff that's going on in the community space and in the world, right? We don't need it as a community. I'm tired of it. This video is being made. We need to move on, and we need to choose who we actually listen to and give the time of day to listen to. I'm tired of this guy. He's not worth my time, and frankly, he's wasting yours. Thank you, Generation.
Thank you for that, Atlas. Joe, did you want to say a few words before you go to the community?
Yeah, like I said earlier, listen, there's two sides here, and they're completely opposite of each other. Only one person is telling the truth, and one person is lying to you. That's a fact. That's 100% a fact. And what we showed tonight, hopefully you understand from our point of view, from what we've done, from what Generation has researched. We're not here to lie to you. We're not here to joke around. We're done with this whole FUD after this, and we're moving forward with safe, we're moving forward with our cryptos, and we're just moving forward in general. And we're not going to acknowledge this guy anymore. This clown. This guy has nonstop every night for hours brought our name up for no reason other than to attack us. And then he says he's here for the safety community. Imagine that. Attacking, turning around saying, and I'm here for the safety community. I have sources. I have all this information. I can't show it to you, but I have it. Okay? It's a scam because it's a scam. That's all you need to know. And then turns around and says he's here for everybody. This is a person who the Satan Hound himself unfollowed. He used to Satan Hound and Satan used to follow this kid, unfollowed because they didn't want nothing to do with this kid because of his lies. This is the same individual who said Satan's going to have a blockchain and exchange beginning of the year. Understand this. One person here is lying, and other people, myself and my fellow content creators, are being affected by this constantly by people. And I'll be honest, and I feel bad because who are disillusioned coming in and saying, "Hey, what's good with this?" And then bring these lies to us, and then we got to debunk them. A couple of days ago, I said, "Hey, listen, anyone got a problem with anything? DM me. We'll sort it out right here, right now. No big deal." And I deal with a bunch of people, and I think one person has said it's one person walked away equal, whatever. But everybody else that came to me with lies that I had to break apart. Screenshots I shared with them. No big deal. Because looking at this guy for what he's doing, he's not here for you. He's not here for SafeMoon. SafeMoon doesn't want this kid. Please understand that. He uses the SafeMoon name, but they don't want him because of what he has done. Okay? And that's a fact. I go on Twitter, post about my video. Every now and then I post about SafeMoon. And every now and then, rarely, but I'll DM the SafeMoon Hound. But that guy will not give this kid the time of day because this kid is toxic. And he has lied. And he is full of crap. Like I said, there's only two sides of this. I wish there was a middle ground. I wish there was a way. And for some, it might be. You might be listening to them, watching our videos, and that's fine. I'm not going to tell you what you can do. I'm not going to tell you can watch or you can do whatever you want. All I'm trying to say, bring to you, is there's one side lying and fudding, and there's us who just care about SafeMoon and crypto, and we're moving forward. Today, this is the last time we're dealing with this. We're not going to play this game anymore with this kid. We're moving forward because we care about SafeMoon. We care about crypto, and we're sick and tired of hearing this kid every night. People come at us. Oh, you know what he said about you last night? What did he say? Well, about half his stream was about you. What? Is that content? Bitching about somebody with sources? Bro, go back to CNN and get your other sources sorted. You ain't got nothing. He has been lying and is toxic. and it's time that we just push right past them, and we're gonna keep moving forward. And that's what we're gonna do. And people have came to us behind the scenes and showed support. People are just, I said, hey, listen, I'm just done with this guy. And some people, I'll be honest, somebody said, hey, I'm gonna listen to both of you. So that's fine. Once again, I want to reiterate, that's totally fine. I just want to let you know there's someone out there who is FUDing. And like I said in my videos, FUD is not only external, but it's coming from within. And this person has been FUDing as a SafeMoon holder, which is literally what I've been explaining for months at this point. That FUD was going to come from within. We started slowly seeing it, and now it's more blunt, and it's happening right in front of all our faces. And once again, like I said, I appreciate every single bit of support everyone gives for me and my fellow YouTubers. I appreciate everybody. I've gotten tremendous support. Like my DMs have blown up, and I do appreciate that. My fellow YouTubers appreciate that. But we just want to just address all this at once, be done with it, and we want to move on with all this crap. He's going to continue talking about us, by the way. That's not going to go away. He's going to continue making more content, and that content is hatred and attacking others, not just ourselves. He is going to continue doing that, and we are going to continue being about Satan, because unlike him, we care about ourselves, our families, our friends, and our fellow holders, and he doesn't. And that's a fact. Watch his next stream. Watch his next whatever. I challenge you. If he says, he doesn't say go stream without saying our name. He speaks it for hours. I challenge you, because he has no content other than attack and harass other people. It's something he's been doing non-stop, and we're done with it. Thank you, by the way, Generation Crypto, for doing all that research. Seriously, I do appreciate that. I just want to say one more quick thing. Generation was ready to bait him, is still ready to bait him. Right now, he's probably on a burner account because he pretends he's not here, whatever. Generation was always ready. Okay, the guy smoked and it ended. Chris didn't want to show up. That's a fact. I see it with my own eyes. Chris was scared because he knew he would get blasted. That's a fact. He was trying to be the bigger man. He told Smoke some stuff because he was scared. He literally didn't want to have this, and he had to twist it to make it like everybody didn't want to do the debate. No. Don't lie. At least listen. You lied enough. This one, you're not doing it on this one, bro. Generation did not want to leave this. Smoke was okay with moderating it. One person didn't want to come to the debate, even though he was talking smack for the past 24 hours when it was first started up, and 24 hours later he's like, "Well, we gotta figure this out." He didn't want to come here. We were always here for him. He never wanted to show up, and that's the fact. Anyway, I appreciate you once again. Thank you, Generation, and Crypto Control, and everybody else listening.
Thank you, Joe, for that. We're going to go to community questions. I know a lot of people have had their hands up for quite a minute here. We did promise we would do this, and we'll go through these. So I appreciate you guys patiently raising your hand. Anyone else that wants to come up, you guys are welcome. What we're going to do to keep it organized so people aren't talking over each other, we're going to bring everyone up one by one. Give them an opportunity to ask any questions that they want, make any points they'd like to make, and then we'll go to the next person to keep it organized. So we're going to go ahead and go to who requested first. I believe it was Evan, and we'll just move down the line. So Evan, once you connect, feel free to ask any questions, make any statements that you would like. As long as we keep it civil, you'll be allowed to ask any questions you want. Obviously, if there's just attacking and stuff like that, we got to keep this civil. Evan, do you have any questions or concerns you wanted to bring up?
Hey, guys. I just wanted to come up as a regular holder of Drip, someone who has been in it since January 26th, and I do not have any referrals, do not have any no one has used my buddy address or any of that stuff. And I have I wrote some notes. Since January 26th, started at 51.7 drip. And since then, it's been 54 days, and I'm now up to 87.79 drip. So the mechanics work. Everything in the system works. I could take out daily if I want to. I just continue to compound definitely at these lower prices. It's definitely it's sad to see what's going on in the community, because I'm a heavy SafeMoon holder. I've been here for almost a year now. So it's just the aspect of, with drip, it's more of the long-term play. You have to look at it as that. There's plenty of math to go around. There's plenty of calculators proving that even with the price has gone down more than 50% from where I bought, I'm realistically green. I'm still almost in the green regardless of the downturn. And guess what? A month from now, it's going to be completely in the green just because of the fact of how much I've been able to compound over the last 54 days. So I just want to say thank you for having the space. And yeah, I support all you guys, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you, Evan, for all those kind words. We really appreciate you coming up, and for clarifying that for people to see that it's not just the content creators, but the average person who wants to come in, doesn't want to do any referrals, can still do well in the system. And there's no issues. Your money's not gone. It works as it's designed, and it doesn't require that you go and get a bunch of other people in the contract. So I appreciate that. Did you have anything else that you wanted to bring up, or any questions that you wanted to ask?
If people do get scared, and if people do feel like it's not for them, all you have to do, say you compound for 100 days straight, and you don't want to do it anymore, and that's fine. You just let it sit there for your 365 days and collect your percentage of what you've gotten, and I guarantee you at the end you will end up making money. So I just want to say thank you to everybody, and have a good night.
Thank you, Evan. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate you, man. Okay, next up we have Eddie that's coming up. Eddie, like I said before, and I'll just say this one more time for everyone to hear. When you come up to speak, you're welcome to ask any questions that you want, make any statements that you like, as of course as you remain civil and nice, right? If we start screaming or yelling or anything like that, then we'll have to drop you down. But feel free to ask any questions you'd like.
Yeah, hey, thanks for hosting this space. So I'm going to play a little bit devil's advocate here. What Evan was saying is right. I mean, essentially, if you got in, even if it was at the all-time high, if you cashed out your 1% over the course of the year, you would still be up. I mean, that's true. And unfortunately, you guys are falling victim to a lot of the criticisms because really when you guys introduced this, when I say you guys, Generation Joe, Atlas, Adam, and RJ. Those are core guys I can remember who were pushing this project. It was headed to all-time highs, and really it's been on just a downward trend. So unfortunately, you guys are kind of the victim of just the market. But with that said, I think some people in the community, and this has nothing to do with Chris. I didn't talk to Chris about this or whatnot, but it's fair to say that some of you guys have built your legacy here from SafeMoon. I mean, you started your channels around SafeMoon. You guys had a number of followers, and that has since skyrocketed with the content of SafeMoon. And then, unfortunately, when you guys came out and started talking about drip, a lot of people jumped on board, and like I said, the prices at that point, were already over $100 a drip, and a lot of people got deep into this project, and then it started to head downward. I think a lot of the issue is it's the perception of some people in the community that the amount of money you have in drip versus the amount of drip you were given through referrals essentially takes the risk for you guys out of the game on the backs of the SafeMoon community. And I know that's been some of the criticism, and I just want to know what you guys would say to that.
I'll touch on this first, and I'll give the chance for the other guys to talk about it. One thing I'll say, first of all, is that in none of the content that I've done on Drip, I have ever referenced SafeMoon once. So I've done content on Drip, and whether it's on Twitter or whether it's particularly on YouTube, I've never once done it. And the way that YouTube works, I know that it's very different than Twitter, and only really content creators are going to really understand this that have worked with the algorithm of YouTube. But the way the YouTube algorithm works is on a video by video basis. So there's actually terms that we put in metadata on the back end of like search terms that our video will come up by based upon search. And of course, by your engagement with that content and then what's said. So they've got stuff that will actually take what you say, it'll put it to text automatically, it'll detect what's being talked about in that video, and then it will try to suggest that video to people that YouTube thinks would be interested in that particular video. So if you've looked at drip content in the past, it's more likely to be suggested to you as a video, or if you've done kind of projects that are similar to Drip in some way, you're going to be suggested that particular video. So every video on YouTube is done on a video by video basis. That's why you can get someone with 5,000 subscribers that all of a sudden gets a video that's 1 million views, because and then all the other videos have like 100 views. It's because it's all done on a video by video basis, and it's all based upon the algorithm and how that particular video performs. So yes, subscribers to the channel will see it under their subscribers tab. However, again, I can't speak for the other content creators, and I'll give them a chance to talk about it. But on my channel, I did not start my channel about SafeMoon. The original name of my channel was called The Man on the Moon. It was eventually changed to Generation Crypto. But if you go look through, you can go sort by my history. Like, I'm not making this up. You can go look at my channel. My first 2 or 3 videos were about generic cryptocurrency. After that, I started to talk about particular cryptocurrency projects. Yes, one was SafeMoon, but I did a video on Dogecoin, SafeMoon, AquaGo, VeChain, all these different other projects, and it wasn't repeats. It was like one after the other, all these different projects. Later down the road, after I had already had hundreds of subscribers, did I start to do more regular content on SafeMoon. However, even intermittently between the SafeMoon videos, I'd always done content on other projects. I've been doing that since the inception of my channel. You can look through my history. I've done a ton of other cryptocurrency projects. It's never been specific to SafeMoon, although I did do quite a few more videos on SafeMoon, because it's true. There's a lot of engagement with SafeMoon content. So as a content creator, it obviously makes sense to do more videos on the things that people want to watch, right? You don't make content on things that people don't want to watch. You make content on things that people do want to watch. And then you change your content so that it gets more engagement and more views. That's the entire game of YouTube. So it doesn't mean that I'm disingenuous in the fact that I don't like SafeMoon. I love SafeMoon. Otherwise, I wouldn't even talk about it. But at the same time, more content was on SafeMoon because it did generate views. And you're right. You are correct. I gained a lot of subscribers because people liked the content I created on SafeMoon, and that content hasn't stopped. They can still go watch the content on SafeMoon. I produced several videos on SafeMoon since I've produced Drip videos, and I've done those intermittently. So I still do those SafeMoon videos, and they can still watch my SafeMoon content along with these several other projects I've also interlaced between the projects, and Drip was not the first. It's far from the first project I did outside of SafeMoon, and SafeMoon isn't even what I started my project on. And if you think, well, you only got views from SafeMoon, that's also not true. My second most viewed video with 17,000 views on my channel is about an entirely separate project called AquaGo. I've worked with their dev team quite extensively, and I've done a lot of content for them as well. I've done several videos on their project as well. And so I've had other videos from them with 10,000, 11,000 views on AquaGo as well. So I've not just built it off of SafeMoon. I built it off of a variety of other projects, although SafeMoon is for sure one of the major players of the projects that I've worked on. And none of the content I've ever produced on Drip had anything to do with SafeMoon. Not a hashtag, not saying that this is for SafeMoon or anything of that nature. So I've treated it as a very separate thing, and the videos are done on a separate basis. So I would say it's a little disingenuous to say that it was off of the backs of SafeMoon, because the reality is, as an investor, again, this is not financial advice. You should not be in one project.
But your journey is much different than some others. I mean, some others literally just started this channel for SafeMoon, and others didn't. So while that might be, your journey, doesn't speak for everyone. And I know you can only speak for yourself, but I'm just saying, like, everyone's situation is a little different.
For sure, yeah. And I'll give them each a chance to talk about it.
Yeah, that's a perfect way to put it, Eddie, is everyone's journey is different. When I made my first video about Drip, the price at the time was $75. The price ran up to $191, I believe, before it started to pull back. But as we've noted, I'm not trying to direct this to you, I'm directing it to the general community, so please understand that, is that with Drip's design system, if you want to earn the passive income, you have to opt into that feature. What that means is that there's other options. The other option is you just buy the token and you sell it. It's like SafeMoon. You got a 10% transaction fee. And you buy and sell, right? So of the people who watched either my video or other people's videos, I cannot tell you every single person. There's no way I'm going to be able to track that of what people decided to do with their money. There will be a handful of people. I know for sure at least one person had reached out and told me that they didn't opt into the system, but they bought the token. So you got on one hand people that went ahead and they bought the token, let's say at $80. It ran up to 120 and they sold out. They took their profits. Or it went up to 190 and then came back down to 120 and they sold out and they took their profits. They made profit, right? We look at the price in comparison to the all-time high. we kind of fail to neglect that somebody had to make profit out there. And if people are curious if it's us that made profit, go look at our blockchain history. You got our address. I've claimed 2 times. I've compounded every other time because I believe in their project. The 2 times that I claimed, I actually reinvested that back into the Drip Garden, which was another aspect of Drip's ecosystem. So that in itself should kind of show what the intention is of people like me. Whether do I actually believe in the project, or am I just trying to make a quick buck? Am I just trying to do a pump and dump kind of thing? Am I trying to take advantage of people? When you have a referral-based system, people that have a bigger voice are obviously going to benefit financially from it more. But the value here is it's not like a Coca-Cola deal, Pepsi deal, right? Where they're like, hey, we're specifically sponsoring you because of your following. Forex Shark created a design system where anyone can go out and benefit from it. Sure, we're going to be able to make more from that project, from that sort of design system. But it's an equal opportunity system. It is not restrictive to anyone from an individual standpoint. People that are upset because we're making more, why are they counting our bag? There are people that don't use any referral systems that are doing better off in their life, frankly. You know, they got a better job, a secure job, but they're investing more in their life now. They can go in, buy more drip than what I have, even from all of my referral bonuses. And now they're making more drip per day. They are making more money than me. And they had 0 referral bonuses, right? So the design system is very broad. And unfortunately, I'm not saying you, Eddie, but to answer your question, I think the design system is very broad, but you have selective group of individuals that are very narrow-minded.
Just before Tim or Joe answers this, I also just want to mention, I think it's a little also, and I'm not saying that this is you, Eddie. I know you're just kind of saying what's been said publicly. But I also think that, let's just say theoretically, I'll play devil's advocate here, right? Let's just say that every video I've ever done was on SafeMoon, and now I found another project I'm passionate about and I want to talk about it. So theoretically, because I've only talked about SafeMoon, or we could even, just to get out of that, just say it's Project X, right? Or Project A or Project B, just fill in any project. And I built up a following talking about that project. Does that mean that at that point I'm forbidden from ever being allowed to talk about another project again because I built a following on another project? Like, I feel like that's a little disingenuous.
It is, and unfortunately, that was just kind of the side effect of what happened because the way that this project is structured with the referral program. I think a lot of people had a bad taste in their mouth because you guys, again, when I say you guys, just the panel up here, like Atlas was saying, was the greatest beneficiary from this type of project. And I think people were jealous, either they're jealous about it or they're mad that the price went down. Because honestly, Crypto Control, when he came out, was doing SafeMoon videos, and then he came out, was pushing Evergrow. Well, heck, no one criticized him because a lot of people, when they got in Evergrow, made a shit ton of money. Because really the price only went up when he started talking about it. So again, it's one of those things where you guys have just, unfortunately, receiving all harsh criticisms because of the price action, on the project as of today.
When I found out about this, I found out about it like the same time as my friends. We do these roundtables, right? They're my friends, and we're all crypto YouTubers. We do our own research. Adam's really into blockchain, and then you kind of go down the list. Everyone's kind of got their things that they're interested in. And so when RJ shared this, he's like, guys, like I waited to kind of tell you about this. Like, I made a little document kind of highlighting the key things there, but go do your own research. And he just shared it with us. And he didn't have to do that. So after he did that, that's when I went in. I talked about this in my videos before. I went ahead, I bought some, and then I did research for 2 days. And then after 2 days, I was like, all right, I feel comfortable enough. I'll go ahead and make my own video on this. But that's what YouTubers do. We have our friends. You find people that have common interests. And with cryptocurrencies, it's a very vast marketplace. There's lots of projects coming up every single day. How many people that are waiting to spend money right now are like, man, what's the next safe move? What's going to be the next? And when I say that, I'm saying, what's going to be the next thing that has such a high return financially that if I get in on it right now on the ground floor, I could potentially become those people that sold off near the top. There's so many people that have that kind of mentality. So the fact that I care so much about my community is I want to share these plays that seem very interesting to me. Whether or not anybody else decides to do it, that's what the market does. The market decides for itself. I don't decide that for you. Forex Shark doesn't decide that for you.
One thing I wanted to touch on up there as well is I know that we talked about how influencers or content creators like yourselves are best apt to benefit from a system where there's a referral system in place and earnings can come from that. I agree with that. But where I would disagree, and again, Eddie, I'm not saying this to you, you're just bringing it up, right? And no hard feelings towards you at all, buddy. I appreciate you coming up here and asking the questions. Is every single one of us, Joe, Tim, Crypto Ally, I mean, we can go through the whole list of everything that's on the round table or other content creators. We weren't blessed with a YouTube channel that came with a following, right? There was, I think, a lot, and again, this isn't to say poor picked on us, but what I am saying is there's a lot of work behind the scenes that a lot of people don't see that goes into content creation. You know, there's the editing side that you got to plan everything out. I mean, here's the thing. Even on Twitter, if I see something on Twitter Space, it can get lost kind of in translation, and because there's a Twitter Space every day, and you know, the more content set or whatever. But when you post a video on YouTube, that's like frozen in time and it's under all scrutiny. So if you say something wrong, everyone's going to let you know about it, right? So you got to make sure what you're saying is accurate. You got to make sure what you're saying looks good, it's presentable, or no one will watch it or care about it, or you'll get just destroyed in the comment section because you said something incorrect or whatever. So there's a lot of work that goes into making sure that what you're producing is accurate information and it's going to be entertaining information, so people are going to want to engage with it. And it takes a lot of effort and energy to produce that type of content. So it's not like we got here because we were somehow blessed, but because we put a lot of work in to get to this position. So yeah, the system benefits us, and I'm not going to lie about that. Of course it does, because we reach a larger audience. But that doesn't mean that anyone else can't do the exact same thing. It's not like you're barred from going out and creating your own YouTube channel and then talking about the same subjects, because again, it's a video by video basis. I've seen YouTube channels, they have one video on their channel, but because that video was so dang good and because it was so well made, it gets 1 million views. All of a sudden they have like 8-fold the subscribers that I have, and they're monetized and everything within one video. So any single one of you could go out right now, create a Reddit group, create a Facebook group, create a YouTube channel, and talk about the exact same things that we're talking about. And I would support you. If you came to me and said, hey, I started a YouTube channel and I think that you're a great person in the space, you're positive, I'll shout you out. I'm not paid to do that. I want to support other people that want to do good things. And I will help you get there too. Like we talked about, technically speaking, Joe, Atlas, Tim, me, all these guys, we're technically competitors. We're talking about the same thing. And a lot of times people only want to watch one video on the same subject, but we're all friends and we all want to help each other grow and become better. That's why we share our plays. We share projects with each other. We want to help each other grow and become better people. We want a united, healthy community where we can have open and civil discourse and talk with each other. So if you wanted to go out and do a drip YouTube channel right now to try to build up your thing and you're producing good content, I'll help you. If you want to DM me and help me, hey, how did you do this with the YouTube algorithm? I will help you. I'm not a competitor against you. I will help you grow. I don't care if you're in my drip downline, if you're in Atlas's drip downline, or you're in someone I've never heard of, or whatever. I would help you grow that. And I would, if you had questions, I'd be more than happy to sit down with you and help you do that. Not because I'm promoting the project, because I want to help you as a person. That's what I've been about since I started my channel. People DM me all the time with questions. I'm not paid to help them. That's not in the public space, but I spend the time on phone calls, on voice chats, on video calls in these Twitter spaces, because I want to help people and I want to help them learn, and I want to help the community. That's what I'm here for, right? I don't make very much money on YouTube. I made $150 last month on YouTube. That's an honest answer. I can send you the screenshots. It might be like 190 or something, but it's short of $200 I made for my last paycheck, and that's hours of work. Hours of work. That's less than $1 an hour that I've been putting into this. Okay, to give you an idea of how little I'm getting paid for this, and I do it because I love the community and I want people to learn about it. Yeah, of course, I would love for one day to have thousands of subscribers and thousands of dollars coming in every month in paychecks. I would love that, but that's not. I mean, I came here first for the community. I started my channel as a joke. I call it the man on the moon. If you go watch my old videos, there's a video of me and my face on the moon, and I'm singing a song because it was all a joke. I was just there to have fun and share my thoughts on crypto. And later on, I realized that people started watching and I needed to take it more seriously. But that wasn't because I was here to make a ton of money. Like I stated before, I could just start taking a ton of money from these other tokens and just start blasting videos out if all I cared about was profits. We talked about drip. Yeah, of course, it's awesome as a referral system. And that's one of the many ways I could benefit and earn an income from what I do in YouTube. And I'm not going to lie or not be transparent about that. Of course, that's true. But that doesn't mean anyone else can't go out and do the exact same thing. You're on an equal playing field as I am or anybody else is. The smart contract of the faucet and the drip network is agnostic to time and to individuals, meaning if you get in today or you got in 100 days ago, you're still going to earn the exact same way. You're going to be treated the exact same way in the contract, and the exact same principles apply to every single person who wants to get involved. If you wanted to build a channel around it, you could do that. If you wanted to build a platform around referrals, you could do that. And if you want to just sit there and enjoy 1%, you can do that. And if you want to do something completely unrelated to the faucet, you're sitting around waiting for the Pokemon game. You wanted to get into the drip garden. You wanted to do something else. I mean, there's another contract where you can earn BNB that I've talked about on my channel. It doesn't get as many views, but I talked about that. It's the reservoir contract where you can basically put LP pairings into the contract and you can earn BNB instead of earning drip tokens. There's all these different things in that system that you don't have to do outside of the faucet, but everyone's on an equal playing field. Anyone can go out and talk about it. If I'm being 100% blunt, I think a lot of people get upset because they don't want to, they see that we can earn more because of the rewards. And I don't know if it's jealousy or if it's just because they feel like it's insidious in some way, but it was never insidious. It was never that way. And everyone has the same equal opportunity. And if you want to start a channel, whether you're talking about SafeMoon or Drip or Dogecoin or whatever, heck, I don't even care if you're doing a video game channel and you want help with YouTube because you want to talk to someone who has experience with that, feel free to reach out to me. I'm not going to charge you anything. I'll help you out. That's what I've always been about. And that's what I've always been about. And I know I'm ranting a little bit, but I appreciate your questions, Eddie. I hope that answered it a little bit and shows you kind of where I'm at in the space and stuff. But anyone can go out and do the exact same things that we're doing. We're not special. I'm just the guy who likes to talk about crypto. Yes, I'm passionate about it. And I do get into the technical stuff and all that good stuff. But I love every single one of you guys. And I wish every single one of you success. I don't care if you think that Drip is the worst project to ever exist on this planet, or if you think Drip is the best project to ever exist on this planet. I still support you in your decision. And it's not, we're not here to convince everyone and convert them to the Drip network or something crazy. We just wanted to address FUD and talk about the facts and our feelings in the situation so people could understand and have a opposing viewpoint to a lot of what's been said recently. So you don't have to like Drip, or anybody doesn't have to like Drip, but we just wanted to clarify the actual facts of the situation. So I'll stop ranting and give someone else a chance to answer.
All right, so I'll take a shot at it. So when I got in the drip and I decided, hey, listen, I want to like to make another channel and talk about crypto, that was something I decided to do. And ironically, I went on Chris's little Twitter space, and the first thing I said, because I didn't fully agree with him kicking Thomas out, was, hey, listen, you know, you're the captain of your ship, I'm the captain of my ship. Ain't nobody gonna go tell the captain what to do on their own ship. And ironically, just that's never been brought up again, but that's basically the whole point of it. So when I created my other channel, I did it out of a couple of things. Number one, my love and passion for SafeMoon. Number two, I wanted to create my channel dedicated for SafeMoon. That's my choice. I wanted to create this, leave that channel for SafeMoon because I plan on continue doing videos, which I am still. And number three, the love of the community. I want everyone to focus when they look at the SafeMoon channel about SafeMoon. So what I instead did was create a second channel. Now, people got upset because they saw SafeMoon, me wearing a SafeMoon hat when I made videos on that channel, which is silly in many ways. Number one, if you're a drip holder and you see a guy with a SafeMoon hat, you might look in SafeMoon. Who knows? You know, that could be a way to add people in. Number two, how many videos have I done in SafeMoon now where I wear like a Naruto shirt, a Pokemon shirt? I'm not promoting, you know, Naruto coin or Pokemon token or whatever it is. It's just a hat and just a shirt, but evidently people want to find grievance with something. And you know, when I first created content on my channel, I did promote my buddy code, but I didn't have the BR34P tokens. I didn't have that on purpose because I knew that if I was to have that, that could create problems down the line. And look, lo and behold, it did. So I decided not to do that. And when everything went crazy and went as it did, I want to eventually buy into the tokens. I think I'm at this point of right now, almost at one drip from the referral system to give you any idea of how crazy low that is compared to what it really could be at. I also want to just point out, if I really wanted to make a video about drip on my main channel, I would get way more money. And just like Generation pointed out, us content creators, we get bombarded by people every single day with paid promotions, and for the most part, we rarely accept them because we don't trust them. We might look into some of them we don't look into, we disregard immediately, but for the most part, we don't. If we want money, we just take that. That's easy. That's all. And it's a lot of, trust me, when I mean it's a lot, hundreds to thousands of dollars for a simple video. It's a crazy amount of money we could take. And we don't do it. And I also like to remind everybody, when Safe when I was building my channel, we saw all these other content creators doing videos on Safe. And what happened when Safe started going away, going down a bit in value? What did they do? They went to other tokens because they went for the money. And I don't blame them. They got families to feed. I understand their reasoning. I never attacked them for that. I never had any hatred towards them at all. And I think that people, when they see someone do Safe content creating like myself, and they're, oh, this guy does only Safe and whatnot, they forget the fact that, yeah, I love doing segment videos. I love doing segment videos. I love creating content. I love talking. I love that feedback. I still enjoy all of that. But I do like to talk about other cryptos at times. And one in particular was called Saitama, which I want to talk, which I wish I could have talked about because it would have made people a ton of money. And just like Evergrow with crypto control and how he made people money, I definitely would have been able to make people money. But I knew back then, had I made that video, I would have got roasted, and that's a fact. That's just how it is. Other content creators know this behind the scenes. I've talked to past and current content creators that know this as well. That the community, especially do a lot of saving videos, they're gonna roast you. It's not fair, but it kind of comes with the territory, and we accept it for what it is. With that said, though, I will say this though: on my second channel, I'm still gonna, and I'm looking forward to creating more content on that channel, whether it's different or other cryptos. That's my discretion. It's my channel, and like I said before, nobody tells anyone what to do when they're running their own ship. No one comes to your house and says, "Hey, go brush your teeth." You're like, "This is my house. I pay rent here." It's the same thing with a YouTube channel. This is my content. This is what I do. And one thing, my choice, my content, what I want to do on my channel, 100% my own thoughts was to leave for Safe and dedicated statement because I am 100% in love with this token. I love the community. And the only benefit out of this whole crazy situation was seeing other content creators and talking and uniting the YouTube space, because we know, looking at Reddit especially, but even on other platforms, it's not united like how it is on YouTube. And we understood early on, and through this craziness, united together, because we realized we need to be together, united. We need never to go at each other's throats. We've seen the outcome. We've seen it on Reddit. We see it here on Twitter, and we don't like it. And we don't want that ever to be here on YouTube. So we're not going to have that happen. So we decided to get together. And it was, I believe Generation was the one that decided this idea. It was RJ. I always forgot which guy. But one of the guys said, "Hey, listen, let's get together." And even then I was skeptical. I'll be honest. Even then I was like, I don't know these guys. I'll join in, because I want to be a sport about it. Because I don't want to be that guy going, "Well, screw YouTube." Because I don't want to be that. Because I don't agree with that. But I didn't. And then as time went on, I got to know these people. And through all this adversity, it actually brought us all together. And we're here to focus on growing YouTube, not just for ourselves, but aspiring and new YouTubers. And we care about the community. So hopefully to answer your question, I just want to say, like I said, I have no regrets of anything I did. I know there's an audio clip around saying that all I wanted to do was talk about SafeMoon. That's cool, and I still only talk about SafeMoon on my SafeMoon channel, which I don't understand what the whole problem is about. But if I want to create another channel, I'm going to. Before I did SafeMoon videos, I did videos on the trading card game Yu-Gi-Oh! But nobody seemed to have an issue with that in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. But somehow on SafeMoon, now there's an issue because I created another channel. Even though I'm still doing my SafeMoon videos, and I'm looking forward to creating even more content. I'm focusing on growing as a content creator for SafeMoon and doing more. How come the SafeMoon devs never have an issue with that? But once again, a certain particular person does. You have to ask yourself these questions because there is more behind the scenes. There is backstabbing, and there's definitely somebody with ulterior motive attacking others. And we're just here, like I said, we're going to defend ourselves here, and we're going to be done with this because we don't like this. We are disgusted by this whole situation. But we got to just clear our name right here today. And after that, we're going back to focusing on creating content.
Thank you for that, Joe. Atlas and Tim, I know we talked about this quite extensively. Do you guys want to just chime in really quick? We'll go to the next question.
Yeah, I mean, my story is a little bit different, obviously, because I never spoke out about it. But I do want to talk about that. I support, everyone, regardless of what projects you're in. I own Affinity, I own Enhance. I own a ton of different and I own Drip. And I don't think it's bad to own other projects, and I don't think it's right to destroy people or try to get angry at someone for owning another project, right? I own Evergrow. And before they were on the swap, you made him not like that I owned them or even ever talked about them. But I think the thing is to diversify and look into other projects as opportunities to get in and make some money in other projects as well. Just because I didn't come out and support Drip itself doesn't mean I don't support the people that do support it because they're my friends, right? So that's one of the things when I seen you guys getting attacked, I just didn't feel like it was right because you guys are good people. I know you, and if it wasn't for say from Joe and everybody else, I wouldn't be as knowledgeable in the crypto space that I currently am. So, I like that you guys held this debate and you actually cleared up a lot of information that I didn't even know about Drip itself. But I felt like that was probably one of the main reasons why I never even came out and talked about it. A, because I don't have a lot of time because I'm a filmmaker and my channel was primarily based on SafeMoon. That's why I didn't really talk about Drip. And B, I didn't really know it as well as you guys did because when it comes to other cryptocurrencies and different systems and that, you guys are way smarter on that kind of stuff than I am. But the whole point of all this is just like it's not. I feel like it's not okay to talk poor on a project because then that project, the community behind that project, can then look at the project that you like and then start talking bad on that project. And it's a vicious cycle, right? So if we're talking negative on another uh, particular cryptocurrency, and we're yelling at people in a different cryptocurrency community and we're like a bigger figure in another cryptocurrency community where we're trying to like spread positivity. I think by doing that you might be negatively influencing those people from the community that you are hurting to come over and then hurt our community. So I feel like it's in a sense we should just all work on what we believe in, right? So if you believe in SafeMoon and you believe in other projects, then just talk about all those projects that you believe in. If you solely just want to focus on one project, like just SafeMoon, then just solely focus on that project. I don't think it makes anyone any different than anybody else, depending on what you want to focus on and talk about, because we're all influencers to each other. Like if it wasn't for people talking to me early on, um, that weren't even in like spaces on Twitter or on YouTube that told me about it, SafeMoon, I wouldn't be in SafeMoon. So that's one of the things I just really wanted to get out there is that I don't think it's right to demoralize and rip someone apart when you don't have all the information about it because I don't foresee someone being good and then flipping all of a sudden and becoming an evil person and trying to, persuade people into stealing their money. That doesn't seem right when these guys spent their time and their energy and their reputations on trying to inform people in hopes that they can enrich themselves just as they would be getting enriched by a project if it did well. And that's really all I wanted to say is that I love these guys. They're my really good friends. I love talking to them. I'll call them on the phone. Sometimes I'll just sit on the phone with Crypto Atlas and talk to him for like 2 or 3 hours a night and we talk about life, and it's just cool having good friends like that that you met online. I mean, and I trust these guys and I would never say anything bad about them. And if someone that is a good person and someone starts talking bad about them, um, question the person that's talking bad about them, saying, why would they say something negative about that person? I know this person. Why would, like, that doesn't make sense. Maybe you should distance yourself away from people who tell you that people are bad and projects are bad, and just be around the people that are saying, hey, this project's good. I like this project. Or just be around the people that just focus on one project. But I don't feel like it's right to attack and to talk negative upon people because it in the long run it just brings more negativity to more different spaces and it's just a vicious cycle. And it's one of those sayings, why can't we all just get along, right? That's the way that I feel about it. And yeah, thanks for letting me talk.
Thank you, Tim. Atlas, did you want to touch on that briefly before we move on?
Yeah, because I'd love to get some more feedback from the community. If there's anybody that wants to come up, request to pop up here and everything. Good little stopping spot for me too. I went to the grocery store here. So can you guys imagine a YouTube channel where they're doing gaming, right? That's what they're known for, is they do like Let's Plays. And then just one day, all of a sudden, they started doing, I don't know, vlogging, or they started doing reaction videos. It's probably going to destroy their channel, right? Because that's what they built themselves on. No, I'm talking about PewDiePie here, the biggest YouTuber. It's just one example. I mean, you could go on and on and on. Just because people start off by branding themselves, it's a YouTube channel. Even look at major networks. Look at Cartoon Network. When I grew up, Cartoon Network was, well, cartoons. Disney, Disney was kind of a mixture of things, but Cartoon Network, it's called Cartoon Network. You'd expect that if you're going to go on and watch a show there, it's going to be cartoons. And next thing I know, they started having some live action stuff, even though it's called Cartoon Network. Did that destroy Cartoon Network? Are they gone today? No. Right? So if you believe in a project and you want to tell people about it, you shouldn't get shamed for it. The way that I look at it, and that I looked at it before, I was weighing the pros and cons. I had to make an evaluation, just like if you were in my shoes. Imagine you make content, you do mostly talk about SafeMoon. Pretend you're in my channel. Most of the content you talk about is SafeMoon. That gets you your most views. This is what you, sorry about the car. This is what you do for a living. You do YouTube. That pays your bills. That's your income. But you do cover some other projects from time to time. And then you find an incredible project, in your opinion. You look at it, you're like, I really like the way this is designed. If I make a video on it, it might be kind of controversial. It's like, but I'm going into this saying that I was skeptical before I bought Drip. I did my research. Then I liked it. I felt comfortable. It made sense then after I did my research. And then I went ahead and made my video. And I mentioned this earlier. I spent 2 days before I was like, okay, yeah, I'll go and make a video on this. Of course, that's something that's potentially a risk. But you know what? I felt the value that was here was for the community as well, not just for myself. So I wanted to share it. There's an opportunity. Whether people decide to go on it or not, that's on them. Market dictates everything in the price in the end. And I did my research. But just like anyone else, level of skepticism, I get it. I made that choice though. And frankly, I'm really glad that I did. The only thing that is very frustrating is all of the hate, the hateful comments, people saying that they're unsubscribing, people that are accusing me of things. I try to be a very good person. It is, honestly, it's something that's very important to me, to show compassion. And like what Chris has been doing, like I already touched on this a bit earlier, but just dragging my name and my friend's name through the mud every day in his spaces with his audience. You tell a lie long enough, guess what? Some people are going to believe it to be truth. And we've been seeing that. We've been trying to brush it off. We're not trying to divide this community. Quite the contrary. I keep making SafeMoon content because I'm trying to show unity. I'm trying to show that I haven't given up. I still believe in it. I make other videos on the side. But you know what? When somebody is searching for drip videos because they saw it somewhere else, I'm not the only one that makes videos or tweets about it. Generation and Joe or Tim or RJ or Adam or whoever, right? We're not the only 7 people that talk about drip. Lots of people talk about it. Lots of people that aren't even influencers talk about it. When people go to look up more information, what do you think happens if somebody comes across one of my drip videos on my YouTube channel? They say, okay, I like this guy. I'm going to subscribe to him. I like what he had to share on this. I like his style. I like what he had to say, whatever. They subscribe to me. Then the next day they see that I upload a SafeMoon video. They're like, oh, I've heard about that before. I've never bought it though. I don't really know much about it. I don't know.
Originally.
But that person that just subscribed to me for my drip content is now exposed to my content for SafeMoon. And then they go off and they buy SafeMoon. Do I get credited by Chris Harris? Hey, good job, man. Like you're expanding out, you're exposing SafeMoon to other communities. Am I going to hear that? Is anyone here going to hear that? No, because that's not how Chris thinks. That's not how Chris sees this. And that's one of the unfortunate things. The fact that I cover multiple projects creates an opportunity where people that see value in the projects themselves, they will make the decision. I simply share the information. I say, go do your own research. I'm not a financial advisor. I say, these are the ones that I own. Sometimes I'll say, like, I'm talking about this thing, but I don't own it. But I want to share the information with you, right? And that's what I have to say about that.
Thank you for that, Atlas. That was a long answer to that. Eddie, just real quick, did you have anything else that you wanted to bring up before we get to these other speakers?
No, man, I just want to thank you guys for answering the tough questions, and I appreciate all the Safe Moon content you guys put out there. You each bring a different flavor to the community, and you guys have really been keeping this thing going even during a very slow period. So again, thank you for everything you do. I appreciate your time.
I'm bringing the white truffle flavor, by the way, as I'm walking home. So that's what I am.
All right, I appreciate you, Eddie. I'm going to go ahead and drop you down to listener, and then we'll get on to the next person here. I believe it was Reaper that was up next. Then we'll go Crypto Control, and then Sergeant. But if you ask a question, obviously we'll address it, and then we'll move on to the next question. So, Reaper, do you have something to bring up?
Hey guys, how's it going? Can you guys hear me?
Yep, good to hear you, buddy.
So, so I've been listening to you guys all the time, and I'm gonna be honest. Like a lot of the situations you guys are having with Safe Moon After Dark, I think it came more of like you guys were starting to become like their prime like rival or their competition, which in a way you guys are becoming better than them, in my opinion, as you know, for the round table. And I think that they needed something or wanted something to latch on to you guys, to give you guys hate or to put you guys down. And they took the opportunity for Drip and they took that, grabbed it, and went to town with it. Because honestly, it's really based on more of hate and just not wanting to see people be successful, right? People may disagree with that. People may say whatever. But at the end of the day, like the amount of pressure, naysay, conspiracy, trash that have been given you guys has been substantial enough where you know that it's really not based on more facts, it's just based on more hate, just wanting to see you guys drown, which really sucks because you guys are amazing. You guys are great. And you know, like my video list really is based on you guys because, you know, I get my news, anything I get is from you guys. And honestly, you guys were becoming that, like, your roundtable was becoming way more successful what the Safe Moon After Dark was becoming, you know? Like, they were losing steam because of their unprofessionalism and how they were, while you guys were gaining them. And not to say that, I'm not saying that Drip is a bad token or whatever it may be, but Generation said something previously, which right towards the end of his speech about Drip, about explanations, like, you know, Drip could be very complicated. And that's the part. Drip can be very complicated. And when it's complicated and people don't understand, people have a misinterpretation of what it is. And I think that's what ended up happening. Like, this whole beef is just hate from them and people misunderstanding what Drip is, you know?
Thank you for that, Reaper. We appreciate your kind words, and I agree with you 100%. I think that's the exact situation that we're running into. Is, you know, it's a complex project that, if phrased poorly, can make it sound really bad, right? Because the people aren't talking about all of the structure that's built behind it, the limitations and the fees and the structure and other utilities and use cases. And so when you oversimplify it, it can sound really bad rather easily without fully understanding the ecosystem and how it works. And so I can see how that can get latched onto. So I appreciate your what you brought up today. Did you have anything else that you wanted to bring up before we drop you down, listener? We just want to get through everybody else that's a speaker here.
Oh no, that's really about it. And, you know, I appreciate you guys, and I hope you know that out of all the hate and drama that's been going on, that you guys don't stop believing in the Safe Moon and don't stop producing Safe Moon videos and in general, like, you know, none of the videos that you guys bring out on other cryptos gained as much hate is because they're the ones bringing that hate out. So, I just don't want you guys to give up on making videos for SafeMoon and just keep doing what you guys are doing. And you guys are great.
Appreciate you, Reaper. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move over to, I believe it's Crypto Control. If you had anything else you wanted to bring up.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing?
What's going on?
Good. How are you? Sorry, I was removing the Reaper. I apologize.
Oh, pretty good. So yeah, I just had some questions, but I always drop blank when I get up here. I guess one of my first questions would be, did anybody tell me about Drip, or did that conversation come up after I was removed from the group for not participating in the roundtables?
It was well after that, like months. We didn't talk about Drip publicly until January 17th in that group, and it was actually a separate group chat. So we had our SafeMoon group chat that had us for it was like strictly business. It was a group chat that was just like, hey, what's our subject this week? What are we going to talk about? Who's going to host? That kind of stuff. That you saw those messages. And then we had another one that was just like more of just a relaxed goofing off. We would talk about other projects and just like whatever we want to talk about in the other one to keep the other one professional. And then in that other one that we had that was unrelated to SafeMoon on January 17th, RJ brought up kind of, hey, this is a cool project that I'm into. I really want to share it with you guys. You guys can do your own research on it, but this is something I'm looking to get into and I might want to start talking about. And that's kind of how things progress from there.
And I'm just trying to ask the tough questions. I hope you guys are okay with that, because I like and respect all you guys.
100%. Yeah, ask them, please.
I consider you guys my friends too as well. What about the people that got in whenever they heard about these videos, whenever you guys made your videos? Was that near the high? Are they down now, or what's the update on like where they're at? Are they at a loss, or is it how's that looking for them?
Yeah, so when it comes to the market, so all of us did videos at different times. So there was different price points depending on who was talking about it. So as Atlas, I don't know if you heard early in the space, he mentioned that back in December, it was about $30 and it really started to climb in December. We started talking about it in January, and all of us talked about it at different price points. And I've done videos since at different price points, right? So after the all-time high and past the all-time high, I've continued to do content on them, and some of these gentlemen have as well. The cool thing about Drip, though, is even if you decided to take your Drip tokens and then you decided to put them into the faucet, you earn 1% daily ROI on that Drip. And if you compound that every day, most people who've been compounding, even from the all-time high, may be in the red, but it's not 60-70%. It's just a few percentage points because of the compound outpacing the market. But right now, Drip is down just about as bad as everything else in the market. We're sitting between 50 and 60%, which is, I mean, if you look at SafeMoon, really any other Project Affinity, any of those other projects, they're down just as bad, some of them worse. So the price has just been following kind of the general market trends.
I would like to say, based on the fact that I don't have anyone, like I don't have a team or anything, I just bought Drip. I never put out a buddy code. So the amount that I bought when I bought in is the same amount that, well, obviously because I recompounded. I didn't actually buy in until it was actually even up higher, and I'm only down by like 8% after recompounding. So I am down, but as you keep recompounding, you aren't as down as much. Now, I'm not saying that you should get the project or anything. I'm not, supporting it, but I'm just saying that from a perspective of someone who
I would just like to point out, I highlighted the market. It's versatile. There's all kinds of factors that'll come in. I could have made a video and just had horrible timing. It was at the very top, right? And then everyone would be like, oh, you timed the video, everyone lost money except for you. People could make that same argument, but you could do that as an argument, which is just kind of an arbitrary situation. But when I made my first video, the price of Drip was $75. It ran up to about $191 because you have the option to go in to receive 1% passive income. That means that there's the alternative where you just simply buy the token. So of the people that watched my video, of the people that decided to participate in this, I don't know. I can't track every single individual and know who went and bought Drip.
You should be tracking everybody, man. Come on.
But to be real, right? I don't know if somebody watched one of my videos. They're like, well, I'm just going to buy the token. I'm not going to opt in. I'm going to buy it at $80. The thing runs up, it's $191, and they put $5,000 in, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
was just curious about like
obviously when the
general...
price went down, it's because there's too many people selling. But not everyone is out of money. Obviously, a ton of people are taking profits. So the question really here is, how many people took profits? How many people are left holding the bag? Why did people make the decisions to keep holding if they were still in a profit zone, right? From the point when I made my video all the way up to the high, people could have made the conscious choice to either go into the opt-in system or just hold the token. I just presented the information. But I'm not saying you, but it's silly if there's other people out there that assume that everyone that we talk to is all in the red. Of course, there are people that took profits.
Well, I think it's being portrayed that way, and I think the important distinction here to make is, if you were to judge somebody by their project being down while at the same time talking about SafeMoon, while SafeMoon's been going down for months, and just me saying that doesn't mean I'm fudding SafeMoon. I still believe in SafeMoon, and
there's the haters coming.
Still think we're going to see the J curve, but you can't judge somebody because their project's down if SafeMoon's been going down for this while, especially if you look at how people in other spaces talk about, oh, make sure you buy SafeMoon, your kids aren't going to regret it. And how much money have people been investing while the price has been going down when they could have saved all that money and invested now? And I'm not saying to do, like, you should never tell anybody to buy or sell anything. You should just let them decide for themselves. But my important thing that I talked about the other night, and I don't think you were there, Atlas, but was like the standards which we judge other people we need to also use those same standards to judge ourselves. And I think that would fix a lot of these issues. I think that there's probably, negatives and positives on both sides of this conversation. And the only problem I think that I personally would see with something like this is, like, if any of us ever got like famous, became big, I think that's a dangerous person to follow into new projects because they have such a following that they can just dump on you. And if we were to all to come together as YouTubers and promote a project, we could all be, whales on it, and then we could dump on all our investors that followed us, even if we told them like, hey, we're whales and whatnot. But I don't even see really that is what happened here. I think they try to paint it that way, that you guys talked about drip, and then one after another, you guys put out videos on drip, and then the price started going down, is like the picture that they try to paint. I'm not
Which
sure
is
how
sad.
true that is.
Yeah, no, I mean, they have our blockchain addresses. They can see exactly what we've been doing with all the referral bonuses. Have we been compounding it? Have we been cashing it out? They have our addresses. It's been public.
Okay, are you saying, and I'm not trying to get into this, but were you saying that like none of you guys dumped on them?
I haven't sold a single drip token for profit. The only time I've ever claimed drip token was to send it to a friend so he could deposit for himself. So I literally lended him his first deposit. And we're not his first deposit, but a deposits, because you have to have one token, full token. So I gave him, I think it was like 1.4 tokens, so that he could then go ahead and deposit that into the faucet. Other than that, I have never taken a profit out of the project.
And I have claimed 2 times. I compounded every other single time. And the 2 times that I claimed was only so that I could move that over to the Drip Garden, which is another aspect that Forex Shark has made in his ecosystem. Because I believe in the project. And I talk about all these node projects, just slightly moving outside of Drip. These are passive income plays. It's exciting for me. It's an emerging sector of cryptocurrency. And I think a lot of other people should get excited for this kind of stuff too. So for me, I've been compounding all of those. Some people will cash out so that they get back their initial investment, then they let the rest ride. Like, I'm not going to judge any of my friends, even if they did end up selling some. But for me, if it's one of those arguments where it's a collective effort, oh, they're all trying to dump on the market, this and that. Look at me. If it's a collective effort, if we were all in on it, why didn't I do it? People can go look at my and verify that. So I hope that helps answer that.
I sold some. I see no problem with it. You can sell or you can compound. You have 2 options, and there's nothing wrong with it. Drip, either way, where you sell a compound, it's the same thing as if you just compound. You're compounding. You're not taking profits today, but you're growing the amount of drip you have. You could, if you sell for the first week or month, and then afterwards you compound, it's no big deal. There's no problems either or. None of it matters because it's all growing still. You can't take your original investment out. You can just only grow what you currently have, or take your 1% for the day. So yeah, no, I've taken some. I forgot how much. 600 probably $700, but it's two things. One, it's not that crazy, and it doesn't matter either way. There's a great article about it, so like I said, I did a video on my other channel about it. But two, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's my money. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna tell you or anyone else goes, oh, you better compound, or you better claim. You do what you want to do. I'm just explaining what I did and my reasonings.
One of the things that gets brought up often is people getting upset about the fact that all your tokens are burned when you deposit them. And I think that's a big factor, and I think it's on subject we're talking about now. Just to do this, albeit briefly, I talked about that very, very clearly on my channel. So if people deposited their tokens and didn't realize that those tokens were burned, that was because they either A, didn't watch the content I produced, or B, they didn't do their own research, or which they should be doing their own research anyways. And then when people say that's kind of weird, you burn all your tokens, that's literally how every node project works that's out there. All node projects do that exact same model. You burn your tokens in favor of a node that produces a certain return rate. Some of these return rates are 3 to 5% daily, and then you can basically, the difference between drip though and a node project is that on a node project, you have to hit a certain number of tokens before you can basically create another node and then there's a limit on how many nodes you can have. With drip, there's a limit of you have to deposit one token initially, but afterwards you don't have to wait till your rewards hit a limit. You can just compound daily or however often you want for that 1% return. And then the limit in that contract, instead of it being 100 nodes with infinite returns, it's 100,000 tokens out of the entire contract, with all of course the fees and stuff that makes it all possible to work. So a lot of people try to think that it's like this weird concept, but it's actually very common in the node space right now, which is an emerging space. Did you have anything else you wanted to bring up, crypto control?
I did, but I can let other people get to. I know Don and them have been waiting for a while. I can step down too if you want me to.
If you want to sit for a second, if you've got something else, we'll get to the other guys first. Sergeant, I know that you've been here for a minute, buddy, and then we'll go to Don and then Tyler.
Hey, thanks so much for letting me jump up here and speak. Love all you guys. Generation, Joe, Dark Moon, crypto control, dude. I have mad respect for you, brother, and I appreciate you coming in here and perhaps might not have the most popular voice at the moment, but dude, I respect the shit out of you, dude. And anyways, I just want to move on here. I don't want to take up too much time. I got one simple question that I want to propose to everybody, and then just a quick thought. So the question is, how can anyone support DeFi if they only support one single project? And I want everybody to think about that. Like, everybody think about that. Expand your thought process, grow your mindset. Don't limit your imagination. This space is very new, it's very exciting, and we are in the very beginning of it all. DeFi, crypto, it's like a little infant, like a little baby, and it needs to be nurtured. And so I just wanted to bring that up, put that little idea into some people's minds for them to think about. And that's really all I have.
Thank you for coming up, man. We really appreciate your support. We really do. Don, did you have something to say?
Yes, I'm so sorry. I was in the middle of tweeting a gift to someone. But first off, the first thing that must be said, Generation, Safe Moon Joe, Dark Moon Tim, my boy RJ, Crypto Atlas, like, I love you guys. Like, so off top, that's what I need to say. I would never be in Safe Moon if it were not for Safe Moon Joe. So that being true. Dark Moon Tim, RJ, you guys are collectively the reason why I stay in, and I literally get research every day from Generation, Crypto, and Atlas. So you guys all contribute to the better part of what is the Safe Moon community. So in terms of the entry power, staying power, creative power, you guys do a lot of work for all of that. First question, is there a place in this community for people who like both you guys and the other side of the conversation? Do you guys think there is a place for people who are in the middle and just listening to the conversation?
What do you mean by in the middle? Sorry.
Meaning like so I'll just say it. If you guys want me to say it, I'll fucking say it. I like Chris. I think he's a cool person. He may have some opinions that I may not agree with, but like that doesn't matter. But I love Saquon Joe. I love U Generation. I love Dark Tim. I love Atlas. I love RJ. Like Crypto Control. Like I love all you guys too. But like I just don't make a determination on thoughts. Like you know what I'm saying? Like in terms of like this debate that's happening, like in terms of the global scheme of what is safe moon. I feel like, you know, maybe the debate isn't as important as, you know, turbines and providing power to people who are in the Gambia, who are in, you know, areas that, you know, don't have power, who don't have light at night, who don't have anything to clean their water with, or even like power to do their laundry. Like, I you know what I'm saying? Like, is there a space for people who just like value both of your opinions, and you know, in terms of this debate, we're not necessarily like, oh no, we're going to choose this side or this side. We don't have to choose. Is there a space for us there?
I know Alice wants to answer this, but just because of the debate, so the debate's been canceled. It's not going to happen.
Oh damn.
Yeah,
That's
Chris.
why.
Yeah, Chris backed out of it. He didn't want to do it, but yeah, there's no sides, man. There never was. You can look through my history, and I can't speak for anybody else, but I've never said a bad thing about Chris ever publicly, ever. Right? Other than maybe we talked about, you know, now we don't agree with what he's saying, and we think what he's saying isn't true. Other than this space today, I've never publicly said anything bad about that guy. I've never been about negativity. I've never been about sides. I want everybody to get along. That's truly what I want. So don't ever feel like if I'm on a space or if I'm on, you know, Twitter or YouTube or anywhere else that I'm a platform or I participate in, I'm willing to talk to anybody, laugh with anybody, joke around with anybody. Everyone's welcome in my space. Even if you've flooded me or called me a loser or a jerk or whatever else before, you're welcome in my space to talk with me. I'm all about inclusivity and wanting to talk to people. The only reason we even did this space wasn't to cause division in sides. The reason I agreed to a debate was because I just wanted the hate to stop. I wanted people to stop feeling like they couldn't talk. I had so many people in my direct messages saying, you know,
I
I'm in
feel
this.
like
Go
I
ahead.
feel like it's so funny though, right? Like, you know, like when you're the target of the conversation, you feel like, oh, this way, but like nobody in the community is like talking about it. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's beyond the fact. Can I ask my next question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the next question is, when you think about DeFi as a whole, do you think Drip has a role to play in the greater future of DeFi? And if so, what role do you think that is?
Do you want me to take this one, or Alice, did you want to speak? I keep seeing you unmute your mic.
Yes, I'll address this. I was hoping to address the last question.
Yeah, feel free
it's
to
up to
address
you
that
guys.
one and then move on to, yeah.
Well, let me focus on this question for now so that we can just stay on topic for the moment. So what Drip is doing is building out an ecosystem, providing liquidity in various formats. And I think moving forward, the use cases which Generation Crypto highlighted earlier, which this whole space is being recorded. We've actually made videos on our channels talking about those various use cases. The partnership, for example, Don, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but the partnership coming up with PancakeSwap, building out a stable coin with them, partnership upcoming with Chainlink, those kinds of partnerships shows that there's something of value. There's dialogue that's happened between those parties, and they say, hey, based on what Drip is doing here, we can extend that out into these other aspects. So just the strict idea that you have credible names that are willing to tie themselves via their name with these projects and then build out something new, I think that should be able to speak on its own.
That's amazing. You can feel free to go back and chat about the other topic about a space for people who don't want to make a determination on who they like, but they just value the information. Projects over people, kind of people.
Right. So the information, that's fine. If people want to say, because of Drip, this is my point of view on it. What we are tired of and why we resorted to making this space is because of the continuous, the habitual, the vindictive behavior that Chris Harris has been doing on nearly daily basis. I'm getting messages that he starts up his space and he's saying like, all right, guys, We're going to keep everything positive. And then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, he starts talking about us and trashing about us and our involvement with Drip. What is the relevancy to that? What contribution does that help? It's not positive in atmosphere, right? When he's been invited to an opportunity to where we can address his concerns, he backs out. That kind of space that you're talking about, it was presented to him. He chose to back out. And I even made a tweet. I said, I called it. I straight up called it. I said that if he backs out of this, the fact that he backed out of this, if he still trashes on Drip and on us, or I might have just said Drip, he's an even bigger hypocrite. And what was one of the first things he did? He started doing it right all over again, right? We don't go out of our way, Don, to go and talk trash about this guy. We're finding out that in his spaces, he's chatting about us like it's some sort of high school drama. That's not being the better man, right? We're tired of that. I have people that are in the community who are messaging me, tweeting at me, telling me they're unsubscribing because they're listening to the crap that he's saying. And it's not just about the stuff with Drip. It's about the credibility of my intentions, about who I am as an individual. This is my business. YouTube is what I do full time.
I know people that are specifically in Safe Moon because of your contribution, Atlas, and I just want you to know that, first off, I love Safe Moon, and Atlas, you are one of the smartest people I've ever listened to in my life. So
I thought you hated me, to be honest.
What? How in the world would you ever get that? Like, did I tweet?
there was a DM. There was a DM that I got once from you, and I was like trying to understand the context what you were asking about, and I couldn't tell if it was a smart ass thing or not. And I was like, what?
You know
I was
what?
like, can you follow me? I'm like, and I never really understood how I should respond.
You know what? I'm going to go back and look at that DM, and it was probably me trying to harvest something. You know me. I'm just trying to get stuff out of people. But like, no, like honestly, like one thing that I will say before I go on to the next thing is like, you know, everybody's brain provides value to this world, and when brains come together to build a community, that's collective brain power, and that collective brain power needs to be harvested. And RJ, I see you down there as listener, but you know your brain power needs to be harvested as well. No, Atlas, you're one of my favorite people on this planet. Generation Crypto, like you already know that. Safe Moon Joe, you know that. And Dark Moon Tim, I literally talk about you every single Dark Moon protocol. Like literally, my show is named after you. So, but yeah, in Crypto Control, I'm not gonna leave you out. Like you're great. Like you guys provide so much value on a different platform, and it's great. And the only thing that I came up here to kind of point out is it's like, you know, there's a space for people. Like you guys have a valuable voice in the community. Your voice should be valued, and you provide genuine content that is valuable to people that are in DeFi as a whole, but also in SafeMoon. More importantly, I understand where you guys are coming from, right? But at the same time, like I like going in Chris Harris's space, and even though Chris Harris may have a personal vendetta against you guys, that vendetta does not translate into my understanding of the space, and I still appreciate your content the same. And I am so sorry to all of you guys that if you guys have had any personal people like removing themselves from your platform, but if I had to give a personal message to people on your platform, that message would be content, not people, projects, not people. So thank you guys for having me up.
Appreciate
Love
you,
you,
Don.
Don.
Yeah, appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. Tyler, you've been waiting a while to speak, man. What's up?
I guess I just wanted to say that anybody that's in Drip that was in Safe Moon prior is pretty much still in Safe Moon and supports Safe Moon in every way. The fact that anybody would, I guess, be upset with y'all that just the timing in the market that, you know, that maybe you pumped Drip and then the price came down. Everybody in Safe Moon is just as guilty for talking about Safe Moon as it has been going down for months. I don't know when it became not okay to diversify.
I'm sure many were in stocks or OTC or things like that before they came to crypto. And you know, if your buddy was to grab, and there's many different stocks for crypto or for phones or for electric cars, and there's many different utilities for crypto as well. And I don't know when it became not okay to diversify and do other projects. And if your buddy was to grab something else, you know, like, man, that's cool. You know, I picked up some of this or some of that. But to cause hate for somebody um, just to expand in the space, it's just been ridiculous lately. And there's really only one problem SafeMoon has, and it has been, in my opinion, is Chris and Heavy. And I see Craft Cards is in here. They've got Don. Don, you're with them now. And I don't think that would be in any way fair if Kraft was not with SafeMoon and people were, you know, talking shit about it and saying, well, it's not associated with SafeMoon. It's garbage. It's trash. No, it's really not. But now that it is associated with SafeMoon, it's okay. I've looked into Kraft and I think it's a pretty legit project, and I'm excited to see where it goes. I don't know when it became not okay to diversify. And I think all of y'all are great, and I follow y'all, and you spread knowledge. And those people that are doing all this, they're just uneducated, they're small minded, and they have an agenda. And always do your own research. But I understand Chris's goal. He's very hardcore SafeMoon, and there's nothing wrong with that. But he does it in a way that's a poison. And to me, Chris and Heavy are the only problems with SafeMoon right now. I appreciate everything y'all do, though, and that's all I really wanted to say. Respect other people and do your own research.
I
Appreciate
just
you,
want to
Tyler.
say,
Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
I just noticed that Craft Card is in here, and I don't really know much about your project, but since you're related to, or since you're working with Don Bailey, I'll probably get involved because I trust Don Bailey. So just so you know, Don, because of you, I'm probably going to get involved in them because I respect you so much that I think they're probably a good project that I want to be a part of. So I might pick some of that up, which is okay, guys. It's okay to diversify, especially when good people are getting into cool projects. So it's okay to pick some other cryptos up in hopes that they do well as well. You know, it's always great to see other projects do well as well.
And Don, I wanted to tell you that I like you, man. That's why I was kind of confused when I got that DM that I was talking about, and I was like, well, like, what did I do to rub you the wrong way, kind of a thing. But no, I like you, man.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Tim and Atlas and everybody else. Crypto Control, did you have other things to bring up? And again, before we get to you, buddy, anyone else that has an opposing viewpoint, if you have serious questions or concerns about the Drip project, you're like, man, I still think this is a terrible project, and I really have some questions I want to clarify. We'll welcome you. We're not gonna talk bad about you. We're not gonna shame you for asking any questions. So if you guys have any questions or concerns or any challenges that you want to bring up, we want the hard questions. We don't want this to just be softballs. If you've got a hard question you feel like we can't answer, I'd love to hear it, because maybe you see something we don't collectively. That there's always that possibility, or maybe there's something we see that you don't. Right? So we'd love to talk to you about it. So anyone's welcome. I mean, even if Chris Harris wanted to come up right now, he'd be welcome to come and ask questions. Crypto Control. Did you have
Okay, sorry, didn't know if that was my cue or not. My bad. Yeah, you know, I just I'm trying to wrong with the situation, because it's I don't like the whole just picking a side, like, oh, these are my friends and these are YouTubers, so I'm gonna take their side, or this guy's SafeMoon, so I'm gonna take his side. I think that everybody has the best intentions. Like, that's why I was like, do you guys really think that they like got together and say, oh, let's screw everything we've worked for all our YouTubes in order to make a little bit of money off this part? Like, obviously that's dishonest to say that that's what you guys were thinking or planning. On the other hand, I try to give that benefit of the doubt to them too. Chris Harris has always been like actually really respectful to me and really logical and reasonable, which why it kind of surprised me to see him at everybody's throats Kev Heavy has, I don't really know that guy, but he's blocked me and unblocked me a couple times because I just ask him a question and he just goes off on me. Like, oh, you're defending them and I'm going to block. Like, it just gets crazy. So, I think that their intentions are that, like, SafeMoon holders in the past have been led into projects that they got dumped on. And there's nothing wrong with, like, caring about that and not wanting people that you consider part of your family or your army to not be drawn into projects that they lose money on. At the same time, I know a very smart, famous individual who I won't say, and I say famous, like SafeMoon famous, who's like, we're all adults, everybody knows what they're doing. It's not like we're tricking kids into spending their money. But when we do promote projects, there's an honest way to go about it. We have to say if we're a whale. We have to make sure we're telling them about the pros and cons. And yeah, I guess that was just that's just kind of been my perspective on the whole situation. Because I'm really trying to. Another thing is that I've talked to SafeMoon Mark, and I don't know how much he looked at the contract, but I asked him. I said, "Hey, what do you think about that contract?" And I hate throwing this out there, and maybe he'd have to come up here and have a further discussion. But he said, if you're recycling, this is what he said to me. He said, if you're recycling the same money and it's not coming from an outside source, that is just how a Ponzi scheme works. So is that an accurate statement, or what would you guys say to that?
Yeah, my question's to Louis Sanabria. I'm just wondering why you're pumping crypto shitcoins.
All right, so that's a fudder. Rob's crypto.
Listen here, motherfucker. You served fucking time.
Easy mode. Just kick him out. There you go. That guy. Little funny story. I actually reached out to that guy because he made YouTube videos about SafeMoon fudding it, and I said, "Hey, listen, just because we disagree, we can have a conversation." And that guy wound up going ahead and trying to dox all my information, thinking that he got the one up. I gotcha. So we're gonna kick him out. He could go bitch on Twitter, make his dumb YouTube videos. Everyone's gonna laugh at him because he's a fucking clown. Yeah, that was one of the fudders, and that's the crazy thing, Here in SafeMoon, I've reached out to fudders to say, hey, listen, let's have a conversation. And I reached out to Ryan Dusty Dunn, and he came off as an asshole. So treat somebody with the respect they give you. And I came to Rob, and I tried talking to Rob normally. And then just eventually Rob got upset because I laughed at a joke that was made at his expense, even though he's done the same. And ever since then, he's just had a vendetta against me. I wouldn't be surprised if Rob calls my local garbage man, says I'm putting the plastic with the garbage and all that goofy stuff. It's just, like I said, this is the kind of thing that we deal with as content creators with fudders. We deal with this all the time.
Can I touch on what Crypto Control's question was?
Sure.
Crypto Control, just out of curiosity, do you know what fractional reserve banking is?
I do not, no.
So when you go to a bank and you say, I want to get a loan, where does that money come from?
I don't know. They print it or something. I have no idea.
No, it's because other people that put a deposit in. A bank is a privately owned business. So through fractional reserve banking, that intrinsic design is actually a flawed monetary system. So what happens is that if you had approximately, I think it's 65% of people that own a bank account that went in and you said, hey, I want to take out all of my money. The bank literally couldn't do that because what they're doing is they're loaning out your money to be able to pay out for people that want a home mortgage or a car loan or, credit card systems, whatever, you name it, right? They're using other people's money. That is our monetary system that we have right now. The circulation of money is commerce. It's money flowing from one hand to another. Now, the design mechanism that you use, you have to ask, is it a sustainable system or not? And I've touched on this because I feel that it's still a misconception with drip. You're earning 1% per day drip, not dollars. It would be a different story. How is the system sustainable if you're consistently, let's say I bought drip for $100 and every day I'm earning $1? Well, sure, because fiat is a fixed limited supply system that is all banked on whatever the Federal Reserve is doing with their design, right? So if you said like, oh, I'm going to pay you out $365 off of your $100, that is a feasible argument to say there's concern there that this is not going to be able to be sustained. the different transaction fees that takes place with drip is on many different avenues that have percentages that contributes to that rewards pool. It's not just one thing. It's not just one action. So the more avenues that contribute to the rewards pool, therefore, the more likely you have a sustained system. The system revolves around time. It is a time-based incentive for reward. You cannot just pump and dump, right? The reward is that over time, you can make back your initial investment, which is X amount of drip, not dollars, it's X amount of drip. The design itself is built out in such a unique way that over the course of the last year of its existence is actually proven that it's a deflationary model because of how the commerce is taking place. It's actually a decreasing supply. The idea that he included a fail-safe, a mechanism that can create more tokens to meet the demand, is strictly a safety net. It has not been activated. It's not taking place even right now with all the market of what it's been. But it is there, right? So at that point in time, the concern would then be about the devaluation of each drip, not whether or not drip would pay out. Drip will pay out. You will get exactly what it said it will do. There is no line on that. The concern should be, well, if people stop trading this thing, then the price of each drip is going to go down because, you know, they're now at a point where they're having to mint more tokens. But at the same time, what is the argument that's there? It's like, well, if no one is buying Bitcoin, everyone's selling Bitcoin, the price of Bitcoin goes down. So the whole loan system where you are putting in to the deposit, right? You are relinquishing control of that value. 100 drip. So of 100 drip, 1% is 1 drip, right? So every day you'd be getting 1 drip, not $1, not 1 peso, not 1 euro, not something that's based on fiat. It's based on a blockchain coded system that's rewarding you in a token. That token and the use cases that Drip is creating creates more opportunity where you are less likely to want to sell it, but rather stake it over here, include it in this system, use it in the casino, use it with this, the partnership with Chainlink, creating this, a stable coin. You kind of get the point. So every new use case that rolls out decreases significantly the potential of running into that fail-safe, that inflating supply system. Does that make sense?
Really quick, crypto control. Before you answer, can you just, well, rather after you answer, I would like to answer the question as well, but can you just re-emphasize it for those that weren't listening before?
Yeah, I didn't even do a good job of asking that question for him to have that kind of answer. I've never looked at the drip because I've just never really cared, guys. I've never wanted to look at it, but so much drama was around it. I just asked Mark, hey, have you looked at drip? And he said, if you're recirculating the same tokens, that's like how a Ponzi scheme works. Now, he might not even want me saying that because that might not be how he would come about it in the public as he was talking about it. So it's probably not even a good idea for me to bring that about. But, you know, you're making the great point of like, if it was to the dollar, then there would only be so much to go around. But then if you use the tokens, then obviously it's going to have the same effect. It's going to go down. And I mean, it's probably going to go down because, you know, there's not enough to go around unless you have an outside source bringing it in, like just like with anything. And that doesn't really matter because, you know, what we're talking about is, you know, like I said, it's up to you guys to talk about any project you want to talk about. The only problem I would see, you know, is if like, and I include myself in this, if we all came together and said, hey guys, let's tell everybody about X token. And then it pumps up because all those people listen to us and then we start selling our bags. Like, yeah, there's a conflict of interest there and a possible problem. I don't think that's what you guys did. I'm just trying to like lay out and understand the entire full picture of it because that's the argument they're making.
Make a video. When I made
you guys didn't know each other were going to make a video on it? Oh, okay.
No, I know that RJ had told us about it. I went ahead and bought it. And then I told them, I think I actually made a video before RJ did. Do you guys remember that or not? Generation, Tim, Joe?
Yeah, you were the first to make a video and then RJ was second.
Yeah, so RJ told me about it. I made a video before him.
And that's the biggest thing. Like, I completely agree with you guys that like what we're seeing in this space. Yeah, I'd like to say a little bit more if it's okay. For one, like, everybody that's saying that YouTubers shouldn't that YouTubers owe this and should only talk about that is like people who aren't YouTubers and don't know anything about YouTube or how it works. Like everybody, I've never heard someone who does YouTube say anything like that because they don't understand how it works, how hard it is, how you still have to bring some kind of value to your content for people to follow you. It's not like SafeMoon Army just followed us because our, we were, talking about SafeMoon, but our content sucked. We brought value to it. Like, it's not like we owe everything to the SafeMoon Army. Yes, that's who we built our, following off of. But, if you have a disagreement with somebody, I feel like there's so much ego involved going on with when it's that level of attacking. When you're not trying to like help somebody come to a right understanding so that we can have unity, then you're just coming from a place of ego. And there's so much of that going on. And, I've kind of thought about this recently, and I'm kind of rambling, but I've worried about, what people think about me sometimes and stuff. And then eventually I was just like, dude, nobody gives a shit who I am. Like, nobody really cares. I'm a small fry. And I know there's people that do, but generally speaking, nobody really cares. And I think a lot of us in this space, whether it's Twitter or Reddit or YouTube or in Discord, like we might think we are such a big deal and there's so much attention on us, when most of the people don't care and they're just waiting for the products to come out and they're trying to make money in other places in crypto. And I think that kind of needs to be understood by people who are out here with, kind of the cancel culture and trying to get people to turn against you and trying to get people to unsubscribe. Like, that's just taking it to a level that I don't think it should be taken to. And we should be able to talk about other projects as YouTubers. You guys have been doing that for a long time. I know Crypto Atlas has, Crypto Zeus has. Only a couple of us have done like only SafeMoon, and there hasn't been any problem. And it wasn't until this happened that all this drama happened from it. But it's definitely being dealt with in the wrong way, in like a real shameful, egotistical, dividing way. And I think that the audience is kind of sick of hearing about it. So yeah.
Crypto Control, if you don't mind, I want to touch on the first thing that you guys were talking about the recirculation of tokens.
Oh yeah.
Just really quick. So for those that, because we talked about it a little bit earlier, I don't know if you were here, but we talked about like the difference in contrast between like what a Ponzi is and all that stuff. So I think the term Ponzi scheme, which is a very serious thing, is overused, right? There's a lot of words in English that we overuse a lot, right? And in finance, Ponzi is one of those ones that we overuse quite often. So what a Ponzi is the key factor to Ponzi is fraud. It's the idea that you're lying or there's deception involved in what's actually going on, right? So one of the things that Chris had brought up and we talked about earlier in the space was he compared it to BitConnect and UTI Tech and all those other scams that went on. And the key factor that happened in all of those is the team had lied and said they were using arbitrage or other methods in order to build up capital, and that was what they were paying the rewards in. And it was all done through a centralized company. And this is the same thing with like literally every Ponzi that's existed since the beginning of Ponzi's. And so people invest in thinking there's a legitimate use case, right? So historically, there's been situations where they said that there was bots involved with stock trading, which is no different than BitConnect and their bot, or people have said that they have some other method with forex trading or whatever it is, that they have ways to generate income and you're investing into that. And then what actually ends up happening is they're just taking the money from the new people to repay the old people, and it just continues in a cycle that way to continue to support the system. So the key factor to a Ponzi scheme is the idea that there's fraud involved. The people who are doing it are lying to you as to what's actually happening. With Drip, everything is an open source smart contract. So there's no centralized entity that's controlling or shifting or moving the funds around. Even the funds aren't even held in a wallet. They're actually held in a smart contract as well. So you can literally see the rewards pool contract. You can see the faucet contract that interacts with the rewards pool, and then everyone that's connected to it all on the same blockchain, everything transparent. So you can see literally every transaction that's ever made and where every single penny or rather token goes within the system, which means by default, by definition, it can't be a Ponzi because there's no fraud involved. You can't deceive what's publicly available for everyone to see, right? Like it would be like saying a public book like the Bible is a private book. It can't be private if it's public and available everywhere and it's free. That's a counter, like those definitions conflict.
What most people would probably be referring to would be like a pyramid scheme, which I know that any crypto would fall into that category. So it'd kind of be like what constitutes as a pyramid scheme. And then they would say, oh no, it's because it's referral and you have to use referral. But
yes, just
and it's
really
a
quick,
one generation. Can you touch about the one?
Yeah. That's exactly what I was going to talk about. Yeah. So with the referral system, people think it's a pyramid because you've got your downlines, right? First of all, there's an insane amount of restrictions. So most of the time when there's an actual transaction that occurs, there's actually no payout because there's all these restrictions in place that you have to meet qualifications in order to even receive a bonus. And anytime there is an action like a deposit or a hydrate, only one person can ever receive a reward from that. And if they don't qualify, then nothing gets rewarded. And so, like we talked about earlier, someone that's in your quote unquote downline could actually be earning more tokens than you, because depending on if they meet qualifications for rewards, or if they just have a larger deposit amount. So both of those factors could lead to them actually receiving more, even though they're quote unquote lower than you in the quote unquote pyramid. And there's limitations to even that. So, and there's limitations to how much you can even pull out of the contract. If you hit 100,000 tokens in the contract, you're locked out. You can't pull anything out of it. So that deposit you had is burned, and you can't get anything else out of the contract. If you've had more coins taken out than that's in your deposit, then you can no longer receive any type of referral reward. There's a lot of different things in there, plus all of the tax systems. And one thing that's, I think, it's a very key thing that's not touched on enough that I think confuses people is that all of the rewards don't come just from this system. The entire 10% tokenomics fee for buys, sells, and transfers all go towards the same rewards pool, which pays out the rewards for the faucet. And they have use cases and utility outside of the faucet, which we've gone over in great detail earlier in the space. So they've got the drip garden, they've got the animal farm, they've got some NFT style games that are coming out. They've got other partnerships with PancakeSwap, other partnerships with Chainlink, other partnerships with Betfury and a casino. So all of those other buys, sells, transfers that are all going on outside of that contract that are involved with all of the other utility use cases that we went over. It's a long list. And other things they're trying to develop in the future, all will contribute to that same rewards pool, which is paying the people that are involved in the system. So it's not just a recirculation of those in the smart contract, but it's also new money coming in from people not participating as well.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I was listening, and then I had to, my girlfriend called, so I had to miss part of the space. So I probably missed that part.
All good. Reader's Digest version of what I said. There's a lot of money that comes from people outside of even the Faucet Smart contract that are also contributing towards the rewards pool. So it's not just a recirculation of those in the contract. There's also a large, arguably in the future, most of the rewards will come from outside of the contract itself. So it's not just a recirculation, but there's new money coming into the contract.
Yeah, and just to kind of add on to that a little bit, when people hear about the downlines, you look up in the white paper, people have this idea of like, oh, see, it funnels all the way up to the top. It's like, no. You have to meet specific criteria. It's a one-person action reward system. So it's not, hey, somebody used my referral and then it went up 7 or 15 lines. Everyone was making money all the way up to the top. It doesn't work like that. It's a one-person referral system.
Does that answer your question on that, Crypto Control?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you'd have to really get into the details of what is the criteria, what is all that stuff to really kind of figure out a solid answer on it all.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I know you said you don't care about the project and stuff, but if you really did, my masterclass video is 45 minutes of me going through every detail of this, because I really want people to
I
understand
probably
it.
just need to sit down and watch that.
No worries, buddy. We'll move on over to Eddie. He's had his hand up. It's about to fall off with how long it's been held up. And then we'll move over to Gomez here. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, I kind of have like a three-part question. One, I was kind of surprised by how quickly the price of drip fell, just because I thought more people would be just participating in the faucet mechanism and only claiming 1%. But I guess that just tells me there's a lot of people who are sitting on the sideline just holding drip outside of the faucet that cashed out. Secondly, would any of you be willing to share how many drip tokens that you guys actually purchased versus how many you received through referrals?
Yeah, let me pull it up on my computer so I can give you accurate information. If the other gentlemen want to share
I'll
it.
do mine right now. I bought 5 and I have like 8 or no, I have 9 now, but I got none through referrals because I never asked for referrals. I never asked people to join, but I have 9 now, and that was just from recompounding. So I went from 5 to 9.
Yeah, I mean completely outside of recompounding. So how many did you buy on the initial buy and how many have you received through referrals?
Yeah, 5 through the initial buy, 0 because I never referred anyone.
I think I bought 9. I want to say 9 drip. And I've been compounding so much, plus people do airdrops and stuff. I can't give you an accurate number on that. I'm over 200 drip right now. I'm at like 221. So at a 1% interest, remember, I'm not getting paid in dollars. I'm getting paid in drip. That's over 2 drip every 24 hours. And so when people look up compound interest, you have like a calculator. I've talked about this in my videos. For example, compound interest cool conversion calculator. It
I get it,
exponentially
but
increases.
the fact that you start at 9 though, and you're at 200 already, that would tell me a lot of that is through. I mean, a majority of that might be through referral, even with the compound interest.
Well, yeah, percentage wise, yes.
Yeah, and that's where I think a lot of people have the problem with what has transpired. Not me personally, because I don't give a shit. You guys put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into making videos for SafeMoon, but I think that's where the disconnect is.
But let me ask you this. I've made how many videos? I took the time to go in, do an AMA with the developer. I had to schedule all of that, right? I've had all this backlash. I've taken time on Twitter, responding to DMs, responding to tweets, all that extra work that I've done. Should I be mad that Peter Blank, just fill in the blank, they went in and they bought more drip than I did because they're more financially well off and they're actually earning more drip per day than I am, even after all of that work that I did?
No, but again, it comes from the referral part of it. I think, again,
right.
I don't care.
I know you don't. What I'm trying to answer is to the people that you're referring to. It's unfair justification of people's point of view. Just because someone else has something to their advantage, whether it be they have a better paying job so they could be able to buy more drip than me, or the fact that I've made videos and I can reach out to more people. Right. I didn't go in. I didn't take any money out of people's accounts. Everyone, and I mentioned this earlier too, everyone, you, them, anyone has the exact same design system. This was not designed so that only influencers could get it. It's not like I went to Forex and I had to fill out an application to be able to get this sort of referrals. I didn't have to do any of that. I use this same thing everyone else can, but I actually use it. And so I'm going to get better rewards because of the fact that I have more people that I can technically talk to.
And that's not the problem. I think the problem is, I think there's just a disconnect to what I'm saying. People are under the impression that you've got all those referrals, majority of them being from the SafeMoon army, and that you use your.
But we don't know that. I talk about SafeMoon on my channel, yes. But when I scheduled that AMA with Forex Shark, I got a lot of views on it. And they posted it. They publicly shared that on social media as well. I don't know how many people. I can't count them all. Yes, it's a fair argument to say that people from the SafeMoon community that went invested in it, but the same people that want to make that argument again, what's wrong with diversifying? I didn't tell people. See, I would have a problem. I would be pissed as a supporter of SafeMoon if I found out that somebody else was going around and telling people, you know what? Fuck SafeMoon. Go sell it and put it over here in this thing instead, right? I would be upset with that, but I haven't done that. What I've done is I've encouraged other projects that provide value into the space, and I still make SafeMoon content, which is more than what a lot of other content creators have actually done. Like, let's be real. With all the FUD and everything else, how many YouTubers that were occasionally either talking about SafeMoon or were dedicated to SafeMoon have stopped? They don't talk about it. We don't hear from them anymore. It's unfair. I know it's not you. I know you're referencing other people, but I'm trying to answer your question as if I am talking to those people. It's unfair for people to sit there and judge based on a case-by-case basis of other individuals. Everyone has their own circumstances. You know what? The fact that people don't have money to be able to be as well off as I am is one of the reasons why I make these kinds of videos. It's because I have friends that I see suffering, that I talk to on a daily basis. And if I'm able to succeed, I want them to be there with me.
To answer your question, Eddie, I currently have 61.395 tokens in my deposit. 9.414 have come from referral rewards. So a vast majority of my tokens have come from me compounding or my initial deposit, not from that. But
yeah, that's actually not much at all.
Yeah, so that's where I sit personally. But again, even like Atlas said, anyone else can go out and make a YouTube video, or they can go out and make a Reddit post or a Twitter post, or build an audience and keep an audience engaged through the content that they're providing in order to get referrals. There's other YouTube channels that all they're dedicated to is drip, right? And those people started when drip started about almost a year ago. So anyone, including, and I know, again, we talked about it, I know it's not you, but anyone out there who's had that same opinion, they have the same resources as we do. They can go and start a YouTube channel, start talking about the network, start sharing their buddy code. And that goes for any crypto for that matter. We put in the time, effort, and you kind of mentioned that a lot of effort goes into content creation. And there's a lot of videos out there that are made about SafeMoon that no one watches. I've looked them up by hashtag and stuff. There's videos out there that have 10 views, and there's a guy who's had 100 videos and there's 10 views, and no one watches their content. And I feel bad for them. They put a lot of effort and work into that, but it's not just that you make a video on SafeMoon and all of a sudden you have thousands of views. It's got to be content that's got to be informational or engaging in some way that people will want to subscribe, return to your content, and view it again. And everyone grows at different paces based upon how engaging they are and what they produce in their content, right? So anyone else can go out and make a YouTube video. Anyone else can go and build a Reddit community or a Facebook group or a Telegram group or whatever they want to do to build a referral system. There's a lot of people who made a lot more money on drip through the referral system strictly from referrals that don't even have YouTube channels, and they've done it through other avenues. So everyone else can go out and get referrals too. It's not unique to content creators that they get to go out and do it. Yes, we have a larger reach because of pre-established work, but anyone else can go out and establish that same level of work and get that same level of reach and get the same level of referrals. And the system's is time agnostic, meaning that if I start today and start building referrals, it's the same as if I did that a year ago, right? Other than the fact that people along you may have grown their deposits larger because they've been doing it and putting the work in for longer, but you're going to be treated the exact same in the exact same system. So anyone else can do it as well. So to say, well, you get more referral rewards. Yeah, because I have a larger reach because I built up that reach. I didn't start with that reach. I had to build hours and hours of content and engaging with community members and, like Crypto Atlas said, answering questions and helping people. And it's not like these videos are for naught. Like, people find value in them, right? There's people out there who didn't even know how to buy a crypto that go on YouTube and probably saw one of our videos and walked them through how to do it. And that's how they were able to even get started, And whether that was SafeMoon or another project or whatever, or they didn't understand the components of how things worked, and we were able to give them valuable information. And that's why they stuck around and listened to us when we talk about other stuff. So it's not like it's just this, we just been handed this platform out of nowhere and all of a sudden we're just exploiting it and targeting a specific group of people. As we mentioned earlier in the space, every video on YouTube is different than Twitter. Twitter just goes to your Twitter followers. YouTube doesn't do it that way. YouTube is on a video by video basis, and it recommends that video based upon your interests. So that's how that system works. So it's not like, oh, I made a drip video, and because I've had people that want my SafeMoon content view it, now all of a sudden everyone's getting blasted with this drip content and they're forced to watch and forced to purchase. If they chose to click on the video because they like my other content, they made an adult decision to click on that video and watch that content. And then if they decided to invest in the project, they made an adult decision to do that themselves. No one's forced them to do that. And no, not once have I or any of these other gentlemen up here told people to buy the project. We just said,
you're absolutely
here's
right.
the project, here's how it works.
Real quick.
Sometimes people blindly support things that maybe people that they respect in the community are doing. I mean, that's just it happens. Unfortunately, people aren't doing their own research, and of course, that's their own fault.
Real quick, guys.
Eddie,
Guys, real quick. Sorry. Just to give an example, because I mentioned that I bought like 9 and I said I'm over 200 now. I'm at like 221 or something. If you had 100 drip with 1% interest per day and just compounding alone, it would take you only 71 days to get to 200. I bought into this back in January. We're getting close to April. Okay. To get from 100 to 200, it's only 42 days. So there's an exponential curve, which I've demonstrated in my videos. So I know it sounds very dramatic when I say, like, I bought 9 and now it's already up to this much. But that's where math comes into play. It does play a huge factor. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and the bigger it is, the bigger snowball effect you get, really. Because once you're at 100, you're getting 1. Once you're at 200, and the snowball just gets bigger and faster. So that's that.
I just want to chime in quickly. I bought in, I think I had 85 drip bought in for. I'm currently at 112.6. Before rewards, 0.9. once again, I have 13 people on the team thing, 13/14. I don't know what that means fully, direct and total. And I didn't buy BR34 because I didn't want this whole situation to get out of hand. When I made on my second channel, started doing videos, I said, screw it. I won't take the rewards. If anyone looks into the whole situation, they'll obviously see that people did and still decided it was an issue. So it doesn't matter if you got referral rewards 100 or if you got 0.9 like I have. We were all still, harassed for this ridiculousness of this whole situation. But I have 0.9. And once again, someone says, "Hey man, send me I'll send a screenshot. I'm not hiding nothing. It's nothing too big." But yeah.
Yeah, no, I think these are great numbers that the community wanted to hear. I think a lot of people in the community are thinking you guys just made away with their money, and that's why maybe some of them are pissed off. But hey, another question I had about if they had to mint more drip in order to pay out. At that point, if it ever got to that level, I mean, it would practically be worthless at that point, would it not?
Not necessarily. So there's been a lot of projects outside. So Faucet is actually it's a fork of another project called Flow that has a very similar looking design if people want to go look that up. But its entire system started off with it being inflationary. That's actually how it paid rewards. So instead of it having a tax system in place and having money coming in from outside the project, it strictly was just like, hey, we're going to basically just have rewards be the inflation rate of the project over time. That project lasted for over a year before it crashed. And the reason it actually ended up crashing was because there was errors in their code and it ended up causing an exploit and a bunch of other stuff. Obviously, that was fixed in the contract for drip and stuff, so that wouldn't happen. And they implemented an entire new tax system, so it's a completely different project now. But the kind of baseline concept behind it is the same. So theoretically speaking, even if drip started to have it to be where new tokens were minted, yes, theoretically, it would also reduce the value per token. But that doesn't necessarily mean the project's dead, because easily, as they build more utility and use cases in other areas, it could still continue to hold value as long as people perceive it to have value, even if there's more tokens. There's only 1 million tokens in existence with drip right now. It's a very, very low supply. You compare that to most of their cryptos, especially in DeFi, are in the billions, right, or trillions. I mean, SafeMoon's in the trillion, right? So it's even if it went to double its current amount to 2 million, that's double the supply. It's still not that large of a supply. So yes, theoretically, it would, of course, reduce the value per token, but there's already such a low amount that even if it did that, it would only mint tokens up until it caught up to itself, right? So let's say the value started going down, so less people were selling it, and more people decided to compound, or they decided to use it for their other ecosystems, and then the rewards pool is able to build back up, then it would self-resolve the issue, right? Because then it would go back to the rewards pool. But even then, to give you an idea how powerful the tokenomics are in the system and the tax system, when Drip really didn't have any other use cases outside of just this faucet, because when it started, it only had the faucet, and then later they've now added on these other utility use cases. The rewards pool started with 0 tokens. It's not like it started with half the supply or something crazy. It started with 0, absolutely nothing in it. And just from the pure tax system built in the system, it built up to it's well over half the entire supply of the project is in the rewards pool waiting to pay out rewards. Even in the downtrend of the market, it's at its highest point, it got up to as high as 75% of the entire supply was sitting in the rewards contract because of the tax system in place. And now we're building utility outside of that system that will add more tokens more quickly into the rewards pool and also provide utility and value outside of the contract itself. That's why we talk about when you really study the project and you don't just zero in on this one aspect, but you look at it broadly and what they're building, there's a large ecosystem that's being developed around this project that the likelihood of the rewards contract hitting 0 is extremely low. But even if that was the case, it doesn't also necessarily mean the project will go to 0 either. It's complex, and we can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee that won't be the case, that it will eventually hit 0 and all of a sudden there's going to be billions of the token and it's worth pennies at some point. I can't guarantee that. But what I can say is it has a track record of not doing that. It's been deflationary since its inception. A lot of the tokens are locked in smart contracts. There's only it's like 12 or 13% of the supply that's even in circulation because it's either locked away in an LP pool, locked away in the rewards pool, or locked away in token pairings for other rewards in other projects.
I just want to bring up that Doge mints new tokens all the time. So if that was the case, that when new tokens are minted, that the project would become invaluable, then anyone that holds Dogecoin would have that same theory behind it, because it just fully expands. It's never going to stop its supply. So that
Bitcoin's inflationary as well. Currently,
so-
Bitcoin is inflationary.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just not. I mean, I'm just saying that there's other projects that do that as well. That if you look into it, so.
Also, going back on the second thing, I know that since I've been in SafeMoon since April 1st, there's been hundreds and hundreds of people that have asked for a referral program. So anybody that's hypocritical of these guys that are putting in the work for the extra drip, I just think it's very hypocritical because I know many SafeMoon people have wanted the same thing, and if they saw that where Crypto Atlas was making SafeMoon off of SafeMoon referrals, then it wouldn't be a problem. It's just very hypocritical, in my opinion.
Just we all make SafeMoon from SafeMoon referrals, right? So like anytime we get someone to get into the project, we get reflections. So we may not have like a referral code, but anytime someone buys into SafeMoon, everyone in the community gets reflections from that. So it's sort of kind of like the same concept if you think about it. Our bags are growing every time that we tell people about SafeMoon. Not financial advice. Don't buy it if you don't want to. But if you hold SafeMoon and someone else buys it, you get reflections.
Same thing with drip. I mean, I put 20,000 into the deposit. That's going to everybody. That's shared with everybody.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, good point, Taylor. Eddie, we got to move on to a couple other people here that've been waiting for a minute.
No, you're good.
We appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and drop you down a listener. I've got a couple people requesting. We've hit our limit on how many speakers we can have. Would that be okay with you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Thank you for coming up and asking the hard questions. We really appreciate it. I sincerely, because I didn't want this to just be a softball session where we just get the easy questions, right? So asking the hard questions, I love it. We appreciate you for coming up and asking them, and thank you for coming up and speaking. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and move over. I think Gomez was up next. So Gomez, did you have anything you wanted to bring up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, so I was just playing off the convo here. I'm not really a SafeMoon follower, but I'm just from what I'm hearing right now, it's just kind of a bit of like almost like the high school kind of FUDing that everyone's jealous that one guy's more popular than the other guy. I mean, one way to look at it is like, because you're talking about cryptocurrency and you're talking about money, but people don't realize is like social influencers that have a social following, and if they put a code up for their Uber Eats, they don't pay for Uber Eats for like 2 years because they're getting so many referrals from Uber Eats, and nobody thinks about this stuff, But now because we're talking about money, they're all talking about that. You guys have a following, you guys do work in, and anybody that's jealous that you have more friends than they do, or that you're working, like you actually aren't just popular from just being popular, you're actually putting work in, and you're putting work in on obviously like different projects as well. You guys have a YouTube page, and you guys have your following and all that, and I think it's just stupid for people to be jealous about that, to be honest. And I think it's just a bit childish. And I mean, there's a lot of people freaking out with drip prices going down, and people that don't understand the project and don't understand what's happening, and people just asking crazy things and just like losing their fucking minds on what's happening. And I think like people just have to relax and realize like how good of a project drip is. And like the other thing with the referrals is it's just stupid, because everybody, I mean, I can take it like it's like when I was in school and I had friends from my school, but then I had friends because I played soccer, and then like I'd go hang out with my soccer friends, so my other school friends would get jealous because I go hang out with other friends. Like this is kind of what I've gathered for you guys is what it is with like SafeMoon and drip. But yeah, anyways, like it's I find it just funny, just the way that people take it, and they just have to realize at the end of the day, you guys are doing a job, you guys are working, you guys are educating people, you guys are doing a service that like you said, you guys aren't making anyone invest, you guys are just opening it up there, and somebody doesn't have to even use your buddy code, they can use anyone else's buddy code. So it's not like it's a one way, and it's not like it's a whitelist where only the YouTubers have their own buddy code. Like you said, anybody that opens an account, they can create their own buddy code and build it up on their own as well, right? So that's they can't be jealous, because you guys are the ones putting the work in, and you guys are the ones that have put their sweat and hours into what you guys are doing right now. I don't know, who was it? Crypto, what's his name here? Was talking about how like the whole like, is it a Ponzi scheme, and how, if it's just just recycled coins, how that works and stuff like that. I think like there's a lot of good examples on that. Is that imagine you're getting a stock of a company. If that stock of the company isn't worth anything, then it's not going to be worth anything. If there's people not buying into it, if the coin isn't worth anything, it doesn't matter. It's not a Ponzi scheme where they're actually like just making up coins and making up stocks for that company, which is kind of what happens in that situation, that they're selling kind of something that doesn't actually exist, and then just sending that over and getting more investors, and then getting that over again. And like you said, with the whole blockchain, you can see what's happening. You can see that it's getting paid, and it's getting paid in drip. It's not getting paid in American dollars. And I think that's one thing people get confused on a lot, is they always look at the dollar value, and it doesn't guarantee you dollar value. It guarantees you drip. It guarantees you a percentage of what you have in your faucet. Yeah, I know I'm ranting on a little bit. One question I was gonna ask you guys, kind of. So you guys were talking a bit, I think I missed the beginning part. You guys are talking about how there's new usages coming in for drip, right? Obviously the project's being built bigger. The animal farms hopefully get to take off again this week, and all that stuff. And you guys are kind of saying how it's going to stabilize a bit, or it's better for the project. I was just wondering on how you think everything that is being built is better for kind of the drip faucet, or do you think there's also risks involved with obviously more utilities for drip?
So I think that when you add more utility, that's going to add more value per token, right? That's just how it works. That it's going to be more desirable. There's going to be more utility. Therefore, there's going to be more people wanting to use it. More demand. Same supply equals higher pricing. I think that the faucet becomes unfazed, because as you add more utility, the tokenomics structure in drip always adds into the rewards pool. So even if, let's just say dead stops, there's not a single person that ever gets into the faucet. It's just the same old people that's been in the faucet since the beginning. If those people that are coming into drip now are ignoring the faucet and are now doing all the other stuff with Bet Fury because they want to participate in the casino, or they want to play the Pokemon style game, or they want to do etc., all the other stuff that they're building, every time they're buying and selling, that's adding to the rewards pool for the faucet, not on top of the deposits and hydrations that everyone's doing. So even then, with no one coming into the faucet, there's still going to be new money coming in the rewards pool that is still going to pay out to those that are still using the faucet. So the faucet doesn't actually rely on new users coming in. It just relies on there being taxes used in the system to fund the rewards pool. And if there's more utility outside the faucet, there's more rewards going to the rewards pool, therefore building up the rewards and making it more stable.
Gotcha. Yeah. So basically, I guess it's just going to open doors to different types of consumers that aren't, comfortable maybe just putting it and staking it and doing the compounding, but maybe they're interested in doing other stuff. And yeah, because I guess every time you get the purchase and sales, there's always the tax that goes into the faucet. True.
Not just new people. You also have the older people, the people who have been compounding for so long, or they have all their referrals and stuff, right? The people that are driving the market down because they're selling their gains right now. That's what they're doing right now, is they're selling their gains. Those same people will have less incentive to sell it and instead to use it over here for these things. So the less incentive there is to sell, the less supply there is on the market. Generation just kind of touched on that, supply and demand. You increase demand. Those are the things that are the perfect formula storm to cause the price to go up. I wanted to say something else on the side too, by the way. It's funny when you think about it, the whole referral system, we as content creators are putting things in simplified terms in various ways. Videos that focus on one specific thing, things that are also way more in depth outside of what just is on the written word page, right? We provide those tools, and yes, people could use our referral links, but it's funny when you think about it, because we're creating assets where other people that are influencers that want to introduce this to people that they know, but they don't feel confident enough, or they're not knowledgeable enough to be able to answer their questions. Where can they direct them to? To our kind of content, right? So they can come to our content, but you just say like, hey man, if you go check out this video. But to go into the system, long story short, you need to use somebody's address to activate the contract. So if you understand what they're saying, can you just make sure, you talk with me again and use my address? I get a nice little bonus from it. You're doing that kind of stuff. So we are providing stuff that's not it's not all about us. It's about tools that other people can use and to educate.
Yeah, totally. I mean, you guys are just putting it out in the open, right? And we do as as we want, right? And that's just it. And I mean, that is a perfect example. I do it all the time. Right? If I can't like explain something properly, where do I go? I go, YouTube University. I try to find somebody that can explain it better than I can, so then I can show it to somebody, or so I can learn it myself as well. And like you said, everybody can do whatever they want with it. You can, and there's loads of people that do that. Use my referral instead. But that's the thing, like people don't understand, is that the referral program exists in so many other aspects as well. You have Uber Eats referral. You have my crypto.com right now. If you guys use my code, I'll get $25. If I do this on, Coinbase, I get 20. Like there's referral codes always for any type of influencer. Right now, they're just going after you guys because it's a crypto, but they're not realizing that it's just a referral code. And you guys are only using your referral code because you guys put the videos up and you guys did the homework and you guys are educating everybody about it. It's not like you guys are just saying, hey, buy this because it's good.
I appreciate you, Gomez. I think you hit the nail right on the head on that one, buddy. Thank you. We'll move over here if that's okay. I believe it was Evangelist, and then we'll go to Greek. Evangelist, you there, buddy?
Yeah, I'll mic down, guys. Cheers.
Have a good one, buddy.
Good morning, guys. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, buddy.
Yeah, I just a shout out, guys, to the Safe Moon Army is doing out there. I just wanted to say to the public, how can they be safe? There are a lot of fake crypto influencers, social media influencers. They're finally promoting a good project, but I just want to alert the public how can they be safe, such that they don't follow a fake social media influencer. Or sometimes I cannot be fake, but yeah, I miss a point. I miss a point in this project, and then these guys they decide to wreck, to go away with people's money. Thank you very much.
Do your own research. This is what we've preached since the beginning. It's extremely important as someone who's an investor that you don't forego your responsibility to do what you need to do with your own money, right? So it doesn't matter if it's me, if it's one of these other beautiful gentlemen here on the panel, or if it's someone else that is more famous or less famous or whatever. You need to do your own research, and that never goes away. So influencers may introduce you to the project, they may help you understand things better, but at the end of the day, you're responsible for your own financial investments. So you need to go out and do your own research. If you find something, and at the end of the day, the blame always should end up on your own shoulders. If you decide to trust them and listen to them, that's your decision. No one forced you to do it. So at the end of the day, there's no one that's going to protect you. There's no code that's going to help you to know which person to invest in or which crypto to invest in. You need to be able to do your own research, and you need to be able to take responsibility for your own investments.
And the value that comes into play with Drip in particular is who is behind the project, right? When you have a concern about the developers rug pulling, running off with people's money, is this their first project? Are they anonymous? Are they KYC? Are they docs? Like, these are all common questions when you're doing your own research as to whether or not you feel comfortable with putting your money in there. And then guess what? Sometimes people will put their money in where those kinds of questions are not answered. And then later on, they do get answered. And then all of a sudden price starts to shoot up a bunch. And then people are like, oh my gosh, I just 10x'd all because I just got in. Like, there's so many circumstances. But with Drip, Forex Shark has credibility because he's been in this space for years. and there's documentation, there's community spaces. It's not his first project. And based on those levels, those factors, it's for people like me where I personally feel more reassured with my own investment. So in comparison to a lot of other projects, it's their first project ever. And they're also anonymous. And there's these other things, right? I like the fact that Forex Shark has done multiple projects and he's been in the space for several years. And the community spaces that he's been involved in still are up. They haven't been closed. All the old messages from the individuals and like it's all public. I really like that personally.
Thank you for that question, Evangelist. Did you have anything else that you wanted to ask?
Cheers. Thank you very much. And nothing else.
I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for coming up and asking a question. Moonboy, you kind of came in late. You're obviously a roundtable member. Obviously talked about Drip a little bit. We don't have any more speakers. It's getting kind of late. Anyone else that wants to come up and ask a question or speak, you're welcome to go ahead and put in a request. We love the hard questions as well. So if you feel like you've got a hard question or you've got something that's come up that you want some real answers to, feel free to come up and ask them. As long as you're respectful, we'll allow you to ask the question. Moonboy, did you want to say anything about kind of what you've heard tonight or just anything in general before we get anyone else up here?
Yeah, just you guys are sharing your numbers earlier, so I just wanted to kind of add my numbers as well to give more perspective. So I think I bought Drip at $75 or maybe $80, and my investment was $1,500. I think at the time that gave me about 22 Drip. Right now I'm sitting at 109 Drip. Now, out of my 14,000 subscribers, I currently have 89 people directly under me. When I first dropped my initial videos, I think my first couple referrals were about 18 people. So between my first video, which is over 60 days ago till now, I'm up to 89 direct people under me that is use my buddy code. So my 22 Drip is now 109, but I've had about 60 days to compound, a little over 2 months. You know, those videos are dropped back in January. We were introduced to Drip back in January. We've had quite a bit of time to obviously compound that. So if every single one of my referrals, I got 1 Drip from every single one of my referrals, and I had 22, and I would almost be at where I'm at right now, but I'm not getting 1 Drip from every single referral. It's fractions of a Drip. You know, you're not getting 1 to 5 Drip per every person that's going to sign up directly under your code. So like Atlas was saying, directly to what Atlas was saying, a lot of this benefit does come from being in the project long enough to benefit from 1% compounding over time. As content creators, we do have the benefit of sharing our knowledge and sharing the projects that we enjoy, which does help quite a bit when you have projects like crypto.com, like a Drip that does have referral code, and people use our referral code, and you get a little bit of a kickback due to that. But yeah, I just wanted to be very transparent about my numbers as well. So bought $1,500, 22 Drip. Right now sitting at about 109. The value of that is at about $4,800. So 1% on that is about $48 per day. But that's over 60 days of also participating with compounding as well and claiming here and there. But just wanted to put my numbers out there since we were all doing that as well. So full transparency, no one's trying to hide anything, no one's trying to be sneaky or trying to deceive people. We're fully capable of answering any questions, no matter how difficult or hard they may be. We just want people to understand where we're at, what our perspectives are, and we're not here trying to specifically deceive people. And also with Atlas as well, how YouTube works is that although our audience is built mainly from SafeMoon, I have a lot of audience from other tokens. I talked about Zilliqa, I talked about VRA. I talked about a lot of other projects as well, not just SafeMoon. So when you do make specific videos that are not tailored to what your overall subscribers have subscribed you for, that is an organic video that's going to reach other people who are not subscribed. So it's very hard to say that, okay, well, all of the 89 people I do have are specifically SafeMoon people, when that Drip video was promoted outside of my typical SafeMoon content. So that's other people that were organically not following me that found that video, who probably watched it and subscribed and also used my code. So this whole concept of you guys are benefiting directly from SafeMoon, YouTube for one doesn't work like that. Due to obviously different tags, SafeMoon tags were not used in Drip videos. Thus, the likelihood of me pushing that directly to more SafeMoon Army people who are not subscribed to me is very low, since I'm using tags like passive income, crypto, maybe I might have used quit your 9 to 5 or some tag like that, right? So I'm targeting a specific set of people who now want passive income plays. And at the end of this all, you know, even if we are not participating in drip, we are SafeMoon holders. What does everyone want to do with SafeMoon? We want to live off of reflections. Well, how do you get reflections? From buyers and sells. Well, where do those buyers and sells come from? From people participating in SafeMoon. As the ecosystem builds, you're going to have the wind turbines and other things that's going to add to those reflections. But as of right now, the only way for you to get your reflections is through buys and sells, direct participation of other people buying and selling SafeMoon. So you can really draw a lot of correlations from a lot of different tokens that directly affects you benefiting from other people buying into the project. So for this to develop to what it is right now, singling out drip because, you know, we all are talking about it, you know, we want to, you know, and we enjoy what we enjoy. We like the projects we're involved into. We want to share that. But since we all collectively done it, and for whatever reason we're looked at, you know, traders of the SafeMoon army, the SafeMoon community, when we've all dedicated channels on this one specific token, out of the thousands and thousands out there, we've done a lot of videos educating people on what even is reflections and what are the percentages that you can make when we eventually get to the $1 billion in volume. And, you know, nothing but support, nothing but trying to educate people for the better part of, you know, some of us a year, half a year, 4 months, 5 months. You know, we are diehard number one SafeMoon people to the point where we made channels. And that's mainly at the time what most of us only talked about. For us to come from that to now have, not everyone, you know, small amount of people, but for those people to now say we've gone against the army, we've abandoned people, we're now deceiving people for our own benefit. We have done so much when it comes to us in our channels and trying to cover this token. And it's very hard to get from, let's say, 30K, 50K, 100,000 subs on just one specific token, but we've done that. We've dedicated ourselves to that one token out of just loving wanting to share it and talk about it. So no, we're not abandoning SafeMoon. We're not against SafeMoon. We're not trying to deceive people. We're all for SafeMoon. But as we want to talk about other projects, diversify, strong nodes, you know, Seifu, like all kind of other projects that we are interested in, that we can benefit off of right now. We want passive income from SafeMoon. Well, that's going to take a little bit of time, 2 to 5 years perhaps. For us to sustain that, let's say $500 million in volume or $1 billion in volume, it's going to take time for us to build that ecosystem for those numbers to be sustainable. How can you make money right now? And that's what we want to do. We want to diversify to benefit in other projects the way we can. And it's not just drip that we talked about. I dropped videos on Strong. I dropped quite a few videos on Strong because that's another project that we're introduced to while we were talking after the roundtable. So it's not just let's just drop only drip videos. You know, there's other videos that we dropped as well from our roundtable conversation. So it's not anything specific that we're just trying to shill drip and only drip. We're in this the same reason why everyone else is in this, for the ideas of passive income, financial freedom, being able to maybe have crypto cover our mortgages or our bills or kind of kill some debt. You know, literally what every single person wants to do. We're here for the exact same purpose. What's different about us is that we do have a platform to cover these tokens on a large scale. But yes, that's me. So, all right, thank you.
Appreciate that, man, boy. Thank you for that. The Greek, you came up, buddy. What's up?
How's it going, man? Great space so far.
Appreciate you, buddy. I appreciate your channel. Anyone who doesn't know, the Greek here has also recently started a cryptocurrency channel. He covers SafeMoon, Drip, a lot of other projects as well. So if you haven't heard of this guy, I highly suggest you go check him out.
Yeah, crazy timing. After you guys get all the hate on Drip, I start a channel and I talk about SafeMoon, Drip, piggy bank, all this other stuff. I just kind of find it funny. But I'd like to thank all you guys because I saw Crypto Atlas's Drip video and I found it interesting. So then I did my own research, loved the project. And I wish I didn't take 2 days to research it because I would have gotten it at about a $25 less price. But I took 2 days to research it, which now I'm thankful because by doing that research, I actually found out about the animal farm and about piggy bank now. So I've diversified so much just from one video from crypto. So I just want to say thank you. And I don't have any referrals on Drip. I've actually, because I found out about it through crypto, I've actually, anybody I gotten in, I've given his referral. But as referrals go, if you are willing to put in the work, because piggy bank, I got 20 people under me in the piggy bank without ever having my channel. Now I have the channel and it's going to be easier to get future people. But if you're willing to put in the work and go out in the Telegram groups, that's what I did. I went in the Animal Farm Telegram group and just was answering people's questions. And a lot of people found value in that. And you can do things to get referrals without ever having a channel if you're willing to put in the work and just bring value to people. So
appreciate that, Greek buddy. Appreciate that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So like there's different things you can do. So yeah, while you have a platform, it's great. Well, now I went and created a platform because I wanted to help more people. And it's been so rewarding just having people say, oh, thank you. I didn't know this about this, or thank you for doing this Forex Shark AMA and recapping it because I don't want to listen to 2.5 hours. So there is value provided, and you guys provided a lot of value, and you guys have all been supportive. So I just wanted to say thank you. And as long as you're willing to put in the work, you can get referrals, you can get some of those things without having to be huge. So like when people complain about that, all it is they just don't want to go out and do the work. But there is stuff you have to do. It's not just telling somebody about it and say, use my referral and they're going to use it. There's way more that goes into it.
100%, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you truly. Thank you for the kind words. And you hit the nail right on the head on this one.
The Telegram guys are making way more in referrals than a lot of you YouTube guys. So you got to debunk that whole thing that y'all are just making money off all these people. Those guys don't even have a YouTube channel and they're putting in work. And that just shows you that any little guy can get 200 drip just like Crypto Atlas is. It's just silly.
100%, man. You hit the nail on the head too. Perfect. Well, Crypto Control, I know you're still up here, buddy. Did you have anything else that you want to ask as far as questions go?
No, I was just listening. You can put me down if you want.
I think you might have got stuck there in the blockchain. Are you still trying to speak?
Oh, no. I was just listening to you guys. Just listen to everything. I can go down to the audience if you want.
Perfect. Okay, I'll go ahead and drop you down. Thank you for coming up and participating. What were you going to say, Alice?
So I got a question for everyone. It's been a while since I was last on TikTok. I thought I heard that may have like a policy change or something. But my understanding was what really blew SafeMoon up was TikTok. Like some people talking on there, and then it just kind of translated over onto other platforms. If you can still talk about crypto over there, do we have people in like the SafeMoon community that are making consistent videos on SafeMoon over there? I mean, if anyone here is on TikTok, I'm kind of contemplating trying to get back into it. But like we're talking about people making all these referrals and stuff with Drip. If you're allowed to talk about it to some degree, I would think that going over on TikTok and doing something showing support with Drip, that might even be another avenue besides Telegram or YouTube or Twitter, that kind of thing.
Yeah, there's people that talk about crypto on TikTok. It's not as popular as YouTube and Reddit and Twitter, but I've seen a lot of people doing it and seen some level of success. So yeah, the possibilities are limitless, guys. You don't have to be a content creator specifically on YouTube to do this. You can do it on any of the other platforms, and you can put in the work just like we did. These videos didn't just magically appear. We had to put in the hours of research, editing, recording. I mean, go just sit in front of a camera and try to record yourself talking about a subject and see how difficult just that is. And then you got to make it all coherent, make sense. And then you got to edit all the words or all the stuff on top of that and the B-roll and everything else that goes into it. And then you've got to, and then once that's all done, you got to upload it. And now you have to deal with analytics of making sure it's searchable, that you've got your SEO exactly right, that the title and the thumbnail right, because you got a bad thumbnail or a bad title, no one's going to click on the video, you know? So you've got all this other stuff. It takes a lot of skill and work and effort to even get it to the point where people are going to watch your content, right? So there's a lot of steps involved, and anyone else can do it on YouTube. They could do it on any other platform, as Atlas mentioned, whether that's TikTok or anything else. It's getting kind of late. If that's okay, we're gonna go ahead and have closing statements, and then we'll close the space for the day. So we'll go ahead and start with Moonboy. We'll go to the Greek, and then we'll move up that way.
Yeah, kind of keep it short, man. You know, all this at the end of the day is beyond irrelevant. You know, we're all adults here. We're all people who have the ability to think and act and to understand and to read. FOMO exists. Let's not ignore FOMO. That is definitely a thing, and people are going to buy what they buy and do zero research, and those people definitely do exist. But overall, you know, this overall has blown up to something that is completely unnecessary from a very small select group of people who are lacking proper information about anything. But yeah, hey, RJ, love you. Safe Moon Joe, Dark Moon Tim, Atlas Generation, Adam. These are my guys with them from day one. And, you know, regardless of whatever's going to be said or what people think, you know, we're here, we're friends. You know, we are, you know, so beyond YouTube or Twitter. And out of all of this, we have grown an immense bond. And that is very, very valuable to me. So I do like to point out the positives in a negative situation. And the positive for me is I've developed some really great friendships. I would love to meet these guys, have 10 drinks, all of us pass it in the hotel room and wake up and we don't know what happened. That would be awesome. Let's make it happen, guys. But yeah, love these guys. You guys are incredible. Love the Saquon Army. Let's make money. Let's work together. And yeah, let's have fun.
Thank you for that, Moonboy. Greek, did you want to have any closing statements there, buddy?
I just want to say the heat you guys put up with, it just annoyed me. I'm here to support all of you, and you guys have been nothing but supportive for me. So I thank you. Dark Moon actually helped me my videos. I was never looking at the lens on the camera, which is harder than people think. And Dark Moon got me to look at the camera lens, so now my videos are way better. I've had different people giving me tips on microphones, how I sound, robotic. So now I'm bringing out the crazy. So I thank everybody, and yeah, thank you all.
We appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming into space and contributing tonight. Tim, closing statements.
Yeah, I mean, we're all here together to like try to build each other up, right? So, I mean, I think that's more important. You guys are great, and like even though I don't necessarily like tell people about Drip, I still support you guys that do. You know, I'm not going to go against you just because you support a project that I don't support. I do own it, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I mean, when it all comes down to it, is information is key, and you guys did your research like well beyond what I did. So you knew every question that people brought up when they came up here, and I think that's important to learn and grow. And yes, as a person who focuses on media, and then people start to follow you, it becomes really strange because this is something that's been new to me because I've been new to this. I've only been doing this for like 4 to 5 months. And I just want everyone to know that I value everyone's opinion, and I'll talk to anyone if you message me. And I think the thing to take away from all of this is just know people are good, and if you're promoting good, follow those people. And if someone's trying to tell you to be bad towards someone and tell you to dislike someone that you think is good, then once again, just reconsider what you're thinking. Like for a second, if someone's telling you someone's bad that like it just makes me scratch my head. Like, why are they saying that this person's bad? Like that's one thing that makes me question that person's integrity. Like, why are they telling you that someone that as a person to be a good person, now they're saying don't like that person? Just treat people how they treat you, and if they treat you good and they're good to you, just give it back. And I think positivity is what'll make everything go well for everybody in the end. And thanks for having me up here tonight, and I hope everyone has a good night because it's 1 o'clock in the morning here.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. Atlas, closing statements.
I do not condone the actions of Chris Harris and the way that he's handled his Twitter spaces and incorporating those spaces instead of staying positive and focusing on elements of DeFi or SafeMoon or other crypto projects and keeping that kind of light. but to have a habitual basis of dragging my name, which affects my reputation, which affects my business, I don't condone it. I know that there was an individual in here earlier. I won't say his name, but we all heard him, who is kind of non-subjective in the sense where they're okay with being in his space, also being okay with my spaces, and he's kind of looking at the facts. I look at it, I'm like, look, this person, are they the face of SafeMoon? Is that who we really want to have? And I think it's rather unfortunate that we had to resort to making a space like this, because it's one of those moments where it's like, it's enough. And I don't want to talk about him anymore. I'm tired of this. I never really talked with him to begin with. I made one video on my YouTube channel where I brought him up because of the stuff that he was doing and the way that he was trying to slander me by showcasing and endorsing essentially a false rhetoric article from a very shady journalist, which I then went and debunked everything. I hope all of you guys go away from this and you remember what the whole purpose of this is. At the end of the day, we put investments in because we're trying to better our own lives. We share information with other people in hopes that we can better their lives too. If people make it as a living to just demoralize and try and destroy and separate the communities that we have, is that where you want to spend your time? Because the time that you spend there, although you may remain silent, it does speak volumes. Other people will see that. They're more likely to get discovered. Just having the presence of a lot of people can say a lot. It can convey a certain message. It'll suggest that people condone that behavior, or more importantly, that they're supporting the actions and the verbiage that these people are using. I hope all of you guys move forward with caution. I hope that other people do open up their own spaces. Well, even if you're brand new to this, I would love to hear more information on people doing these constructive, creative scenarios. There's the water cooler, for example, during the daytime. That's great. I love it. I'm calling him out. It's a horrible thing that he's done. He's been doing. And guess what? Do you think he's going to stop now? Mark my words. You guys go into his space and you hear in the future him start just bringing us up for no reason, right? I mean, sure, we have this space right now. Give it a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month. He brings our names up with no justification of anything that we just did. It's just him doing it for willy-nilly. That should say a lot to you about who he is. He's been doing that. I don't see how he's not going to be doing it in the future. And when that happens, what do? Do you remain silent? Do you leave? It's whatever you guys decide to do. I'm disappointed that there are people that actually listen to a guy like that. It's literally sad. I love you guys. I care about you, my friends, the people that took the time to be here. I'm praying God blesses all of you, your finances, your family, your friends. I've gone through some horrible stuff the last year. And it definitely, these kinds of moments in your life, they change your perspective on some things a little bit more sometimes. I really want people to succeed. Generation, thank you so much for hosting this space and allowing me to come up and be able to talk with everyone too.
Appreciate you, Atlas. Thank you. Joe, closing our statements.
Yeah, listen, this is the last time we're handling it with this kid. This kid obviously happening with SafeMoon. SafeMoon's not done yet. We're not blind to what they're looking to do. And that's what we want to be focusing on. We had to stop and address this because this kid has been going on nonstop about us. So we're just going to address it. We shut it down, and then we're going to move forward. And he's going to be behind the dust. Every now and then going, oh, yeah, excited about the exchange. And by the way, you saw what Joe did or with Dark with Tim or Crypto Atlas. He's going to be doing that. And that's his prerogative. Let him do whatever he wants to do. And if he wants to run around marbles in his ass, let him, because we are here focusing on the future. And that's SafeMoon, and that's crypto and DeFi. Just like our CEO is focusing on DeFi and SafeMoon, our SafeMoon Hound's focusing on SafeMoon DeFi, and there's a lot of great and exciting things happening in the future. And that's what I want to talk about, and the rest of us want to talk about. We don't want to be here, but the only reason we are is because we've had enough of this lies, deception, and straight out just twisting words around. This is the act of a FUDder. And I said before, there are FUDders who are internal and external. And when we got an internal FUDder, we've got to point it out and go, that one's full of crap. Unfortunately, we can't do anything about the ones on Reddit. And you know, you just can't. But the FUDders over here on the Twitter spaces, we got to at least go, there he is. That's the one. There's a little Twitter space. That's what it is. We just point it out like we did tonight, and we're going to keep going because there's so much we have to do. I also want to say, when I first really started doing YouTube for SafeMoon videos and whatnot, there are so many other content creators doing SafeMoon videos multiple times throughout the day. They stopped. They left. They walked away. They went away. And I never left, and these other content creators never left. We are still here because we believe in this project and we love this project and we care about the community. We are here for everybody. You guys have a question, we're here to answer it. It's 1 in the morning. I'm going to be up in a couple of hours. Some of these guys are going to be up in a couple of hours and start working on recording content for tomorrow because we want to do that. We like to do that. I enjoy creating YouTube videos and reading comments, and I cannot wait to get back to really focusing solely on that. No more crap with this kid. No more his games. He can scream and yell, post pictures, and insult fellow members of the SafeMoon army, and then pretend that we're all united. He could do all that all he wants. I'm going to be here. Look, that's my fellow content creator friends. We're all going to be focusing on SafeMoon. I have a lot of great plans. I'm really excited about the future of what I'm going to be bringing out. And I know my friends are also working on some great stuff as well. And I will love it if you guys would join with us. Thank you, everybody. Thank you once again, Generation, for being here tonight, doing all that research. Thank you to everybody for being here tonight. I appreciate every single one of you. And for those that have decided to leave or whatever, or someone else I even blocked because they were just talking smack, listen, all it takes is a DM. I won't block you. Everybody gets a second chance. Let's stay in this together because at the end, SafeMoon is going to change lives. And I'm waiting for my life to be changed. I'm waiting for the life of my friends and families to be changed. And I'm hopefully the lives of everybody here tonight and every single SafeMoon holder get changed by what SafeMoon does, which is to innovate DeFi cryptocurrency.
Appreciate you, Joe. Tyler, before we close, I had something he wanted to bring up really quick that was important drip news.
Am I going to be the last one?
Last one before I close out. Yeah.
Okay. Well, good. I get to be the bearer of good news. Well, I guess. So I guess Pancake Swap, they had posted the picture of the bunny running with the drip on his T-shirt. I guess most everybody's seen that, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
Forex just posted that himself in Telegram. So it's pretty much hinting at the partnership they keep speaking about. I'm gonna post it to my profile as soon as I close out of this chat.
I love it.
Sounds like I need to buy more drip.
Yeah.
Not financial advice, just me. I'm like that's some heavy good news.
If that doesn't get you excited, I don't know.
Yes, that's awesome.
Man, I wish I could tell you guys something that I know. I mean, I can't do it here, but hopefully in the near future, you guys will know what I wish that I could have said tonight.
Appreciate everybody that came in the space tonight. I appreciated that we were able to stay positive for the most part, even though we were talking about some negative subjects. Appreciate every single one of you listeners. We've been in here for 4 hours. Some of you guys have been with us the entire 4 hours. I appreciate you for your time. This Twitter space is recorded, so if you came in late, you can always go ahead on Twitter and just watch the recording, and it's also recorded on my YouTube channel. I think it's important that there's going to be a counter narrative of a lot what we talked about today. There has been for 6 weeks. We've tried to address most, obviously we're not going to hit every point, but most of the things that have been brought up historically. So if you hear FUD or anything like that, you can point them to this space. This is what the whole point of the space was for. We've answered all of the questions. We've brought transparency to how much we hold, when we bought everything. We have nothing to hide. You know, these people that keep making these unfounded claims, just ask them to please show the receipts. You claim that we did stuff in August. Please show me where you were getting this information from. Please provide the screenshots, the conversations, whatever it is that you find that you've had evidence to support your claims. You're claiming that whatever, you know, whether people are conspiring or they're paid or this is how things work this way or this is illegal. Please provide resources, not just that you have a source of some unnamed character that you have faith in, but I want hard evidence and facts supporting your claims. And if they don't, refer them to this recording on Twitter or refer them to the YouTube video, and they can learn for themselves all of the things that we talked about for 4 hours, answering all of these different questions that have been brought forward to us. We're very transparent about what we've been doing since the beginning. We went over our bag sizes. We went over when we bought. We went over all of that tonight. We went over every detail that most people probably would be uncomfortable talking about. So we appreciate you guys. I know that this has been something that's been stressful for a lot of people, and it's something that people just want to get past. We're with you. We're sick of this too. So this will be the last time this is addressed publicly like this, where we're going to be talking about this in this form or fashion. And moving forward, we're going to just focus on our content. Yes, there will be future drip content. Yes, there will be future SafeMoon content and probably other projects as time goes on. And we want to bring to you guys what you guys want to hear and what you guys want us to talk about. And we want to grow as a community, unify DeFi, and bring positivity back into the space. So for the FUDers, this entire 4 hours was dedicated to you to answer all of your questions. We please and beg the FUDers to please provide their evidence to support their claims, which have all been unfounded. And we appreciate every single one of you guys for participating in the space tonight. We love you guys. We appreciate you guys. And we look forward to tomorrow during our roundtable where we'll continue to talk about positivity. We'll be joking around. We'll be talking about SafeMoon. We'll be talking about the Drip Network. We'll be talking about a lot of stuff on the roundtable tomorrow. So I appreciate you guys. Feel free to share this space for those who weren't able to catch it or for those who had questions or talk about FUD, whether that's on YouTube or Twitter. And we'll catch you guys in our next roundtable tomorrow and in our future content. Feel free to subscribe to all the guys that are on here. They provide beautiful content for every single one of you guys. That includes Crypto Control, who came up and asked the hard questions tonight, and I respect him for that. I appreciate him and every single one of the roundtable members, Greek, all these other gentlemen that came up, Tyler. I appreciate all of you guys and everyone else who came up and spoke tonight. I appreciate you guys. We love you guys, and we look forward to seeing you.